We're live now.
Good evening and welcome to our planning committee meeting. Tonight we are streaming live on our YouTube channel. This will be recorded and will be available on the council's website for this meeting. Please note comments that are posted in the chat, the council's YouTube channel during the recording of this meeting will not be monitored by the council. I would ask therefore that everyone is respectful. All mobile devices should be switched off or set to silent so that the meeting is not interrupted by ringtones. Please switch yours and your councillors will be invited to speak once indicated and will be unmuted in order to be able to do so. For each item will be the planning officer will introduce the item. The planning officer will then read any written statements that have received from members of the public on any particular item. Invite those who have indicated to do so of the councillors. After which, each of the councillors will be able to have the opportunity to comment on the planning application. Once all comments have been made and been given to the meeting, the chair will invite members to discuss the application before them. Thank you. Can we go to item agenda 1, please? Do we have any apologies for absence? Councillors,
Sorry,
indicating a declaration.
Yes, we do have apologies for absence from parish council.
Do we have any? Yes, yeah. Thank you. Do we have any councillor indicate declaration of interest? Councillor Rimmer, you have a declaration of interest? You're mute.
I declare an interest in the right to freedom of speech and against what you're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Obviously, that is not the declaration of interest that we're talking about this evening. Any councillor? Councillor Smith, can you come in, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As in my capacity as group leader here tonight, just want to declare I'm a dual-hatted member because this application deals with highways and other items relating to Essex County Council.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. We'll now move on to the minutes. We have two sets which we're going to look at first of all this evening. Can I please ask members they are on mute that they can vote on the minutes one set at a time? The first set of minutes which we're going to vote upon are those taken from the 19th of January. And I'll come to Councillor McGeorge first of all.
For.
Thank you. I will now come to Councillor Morris. I will now come to Councillor Turner.
For.
Come to Councillor Rimmer. You'll mute Councillor, please. Councillor Rimmer.
So from the time when we could speak freely, so for.
Councillor Rimmer, this needs to stop.
The cost of democracy, Chairman.
You need to stop.
The next councillor I'll come to is Councillor Adjournment.
Yes, in favour.
And finally, Councillor Kettle.
In favour.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the item minutes from the 2nd of February. Again, I'll come to Councillor McGeorge. Councillor
Chair,
McGeorge.
you're breaking up.
Councillor McGeorge. Can you unmute? Can you unmute McGeorge, please? Councillor. Oh, this isn't.
For.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Morris.
For.
I'll now come to Councillor Turner.
Chair, this is a joke.
Councillor
Absolute
Turner.
joke.
At the moment, we are.
The lack of democracy that you're presiding over is outrageous.
Councillor Turner. Councillor
It's
Turner, I am giving you
outrageous.
the right of democracy. I am asking you to vote
Lack
on
of
whether or not you approve
democracy.
of the minutes.
Your lack of
Councillor Turner, do
democracy
you,
is outrageous, Chairman.
Councillor Turner, I'm
And you know something?
the protocol.
Elected
I am
members.
asking you, Councillor Turner, I am asking you to vote upon the minutes. We are carrying out an orderly meeting. You will have your chance to talk on the item agendas. The item agenda we're looking at the moment is 3, the minutes taken on the 2nd of February, asking you if you approve of those minutes are an accurate record or not. Can I please have a yes or no?
Your treatment of democracy is outrageous.
Councillor Turner, this is your democratic chance now to vote
You're
on the
right.
minutes.
But you're denying me that right. And you're denying other members that right.
Councillor Turner, we're not denying
shouldn't
you the right.
be
Can you
allowed.
please,
Shouldn't be
Your
allowed.
Councillor
behaviour
Turner-
is shameful,
Councillor
Chair.
Turner-
And you
Shameful.
are a disgrace.
Councillor Rimmer, please, thank you. Councillor Turner, are you going to vote on the minutes, yes
Chairman,
or no?
I want to register that you are an absolute disgrace.
Councillor Turner, can you please mute Councillor Turner? It's obviously doesn't want to vote on the minutes. I'll come back to him in a moment when he's so chooses.
No,
Right,
I'm here.
Can you please, Turner, are you going to vote on the minutes? Yes.
No,
The
I'm
minutes
still here.
from taken on the 2nd of February. Are you voting yes or no? Take a second.
We can't understand you. You're breaking up.
Okay, I'm going to take that. I've been advised to take that as an abstention. I will now
No,
come to
it's not an
Councillor Kettle.
abstention. If you're asking me, I couldn't understand you. You were breaking up. And don't take my vote away from me. You've already taken our voice. You are not to take my vote. Let me make
Okay,
that
can you
quite clear.
vote now, please? Councillor Turner, 5th time. Can you now vote on the minutes taken the 2nd of February? Do you vote yes or do you vote no?
I'm going to vote for, and I want the name of the officer that just told
Thank
you
you.
to take my vote as an abstention. Now,
Thank you. Can you now mute Councillor Turner? Thank you. I'm now coming to Councillor Kettle.
Or
Thank you. And Councillor Adjournment.
At the first time of asking, in favour.
Thank you. And I vote in favour for both sets of minutes. Thank you. We will now move on to item agenda 4.
Councillor,
And I'll hand us.
sorry, Chair, Councillor Rimmer's vote has not been taken for the 2nd of February.
In the second one, sorry, I thought I took Councillor Rimmer's vote. I will now come to Councillor Rimmer. Could you please unmute Councillor Rimmer so I can take his vote on the minutes? Councillor Rimmer, how do you vote on the minutes taken from the 2nd of February? Are you in favour or not? 2nd of February minutes, please.
I think you need to look at yourself. I'm going to do
Councillor
it.
Rimmer, do you vote yes or do you vote no? This is the item agenda I'm asking you the right to vote on.
Point of
Do you
order.
vote
I
yes
would
or
like
do you vote
to
no?
move a motion of confidence in the chair.
It's breaking up.
I'm moving a no confidence motion in you, chair.
She's not muted correctly, is she?
I believe it's only full council that can do that. I'm just asking legal to check that for you, Councillor Rimmer, to see whether or not you can have a vote on that motion. We'll be with you in a moment. Thank you. I've been asked by legal to adjourn the meeting so they can clarify whether or not that motion can be taken here or if it has to go to full council. So we'll now adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Thank you.
I think you're in trouble.
Okay, we'd now like to reconvene the meeting. Kemi, could you please press record? Paul Birkinshaw on as monitoring officer and deal with this issue. I'd ask that councillors show him courtesy and listen to what he has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, so I jump on with a brief understanding. I think some members expressed concern around the muting, and I think as has been said, and I would obviously agree, members still have the ability to speak. It's simply a case of members speaking when invited to do so, and perhaps not speaking when not invited to do so. In terms of, I understand, a vote of no confidence in the chairman, I mean, I don't believe that that's an item on the agenda, and therefore that's not a matter that can be dealt with. The matters for the committee to consider are on the agenda, and that needs to move forward. It's not appropriate, as has been also said, that the matter, you are appointed by the council, and if members do have concerns, then I'm sure members will be aware of bringing motions and matters to council, and I'm happy to advise members on that outside of this meeting.
Okay, we've been advised by legal that if you've got any issues or any questions regarding this, you need to talk to Mr. Birkinshaw outside of this meeting, but this is not an item agenda for this meeting, and we will therefore be moving on to item agenda 4. Item agenda 4 is planning application, land at Market Square, Basildon. I'll now hand over to our officers to present that item agenda. Yes.
Sorry, apologies. We didn't get all members to vote on the minutes. We've not recorded Councillor Morris and
I came to Councillor Morris first out of the Conservative councillors.
Okay.
Do you want me to come back to Councillor Morris so she can confirm her vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Could you mute Councillor Morris, please? Councillor Morris, I need to come to you to confirm your vote. I'll take the first set of minutes on the 19th of January. Can you please confirm your vote, yes or no?
In favour.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. And the 6th of February?
In favour.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. We will now move to item agenda 4, and I'll invite our officers to present that information. Thank you.
Kemi, sorry, could you let Gordon in? I think he's trying to get in.
I can't identify him. What is he? I can't identify Gordon, sorry. Charles?
Yes, he's on his phone. He's waiting audio.
Audio is okay.
Senior planner, SP.
Okay. I will try. Hello, Gordon.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can. All right, thank you. I can't see the presentation at the moment. Is that on the screen? Oh, there we go. Yep,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Can anyone hear me? Is the chairman on?
We can
Yeah,
hear
at the
you
moment we
that.
can't hear you properly. There's a really unstable connection here at council. So if you just
Oh,
hold on
okay,
a moment,
apologies.
please. Kemi, can you
Yeah,
stop
no
the
problem.
Kemi, can you stop the recording whilst we try and get this technical issue sorted? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, members, at the moment, we're having a technical difficulty with one of our officers who is the lead up presenting this next item. What we're going to need to do whilst the technical guys get him sorted out is we're going to actually go to item agenda 5 and then come back to item agenda 4. And hopefully that will give us the time that we need for the technical people in order to be able to connect our officer so that he can present the report. So thank you for your patience. Kemi, could you start recording again? I'll explain what we're doing to go into item agenda 5. We'll go through a 5 and then we will come back to 4. So if you could start pressing record, please. Good evening. Thank you for your patience, councillors and residents who may be watching this. We're having technical difficulties with some of our officers connecting to the meeting. We're therefore going to go to item agenda 5 and then come back to item agenda 4 once we have hopefully resolved this technical issue. So I'm now going to hand it over to our officers. I believe Adele's presenting item agenda 5, please. Thank you.
Charles. Christine.
Yeah, Thomas, you can start your presentation, please.
Thank you. Charles, are you going to share the presentation or do you want me to share it?
Oh, sorry, are you ready to present, Thomas?
Thomas, Charles, Thomas, are you able to now start this presentation for item agenda 5?
Yes, that should be fine. I think I've got the
Thank
presentation up. Can everyone see this okay now? Okay, perfect. I'll flip through it and get to... Apologies, councillors, I'm just trying to get to the relevant slide on the presentation. Right. Okay. Thank you, Chair. The site is located on the south side of Christopher Martin Road, immediately at the east of its junction with Gardeners Lane South, within the Cranes industrial area, close to the Southend Arterial Road, and forms part of a large site known as Gateway Park. The application seeks permission to reinstate an industrial/warehouse building for uses within use class E, G3, B2, and/or B8, together with ancillary offices and associated yard, parking area, and sprinkler tank/infrastructure, following fire damage to the previous industrial building last year. Following the recent fire, the site is to be cleared of all debris from the original warehouse building that was on the site. The layout would see the retention of the trees and hedging along the western and parts of the northern boundary of the site, which would help screen and soften the impact of the development from Gardeners Lane South and parts of Christopher Martin Road. The council's arboriculture officer raised no objections to the proposal. The proposal will have a limited impact on the adjoining commercial uses, as the building will be in a similar position to that previously on the site. The proposed building would be very similar to the previous building on the site, with the use of steel cladding in a mix of silver and grey colours. The mix of elevational treatments will help break up the elevations of the building, providing visual interest. As such, its design is considered to be in character with this area and would not have a significant detrimental impact on the visual amenities of this locality. Overall, the design and scale of the proposed replacement building will result in a modern, contemporary building of a good quality. The proposed layout shows the provision of 44 car parking spaces on the site in a dedicated area to the north of the site and within the service yard. 5 electric vehicle charging points will be provided, with an additional ductwork to be put in place to enable a further 10 spaces to be used for such purposes. The applicants have included a travel plan as part of the application, and Essex County Council as Highway Authority have raised no objections to its content, subject to the provision of a monitoring fee of £6,000, and this will be sought by way of a Section 106 unilateral undertaking. With regards to ecological matters, Place Services Ecology noted that as the site is located within an established industrial area, it is considered unlikely that protected and priority species will be present and affected by the proposal. Place Services have raised no objections, subject to a condition ensuring the measures identified in the biodiversity enhancement strategy are carried out. With regards to flood risk, a flood risk assessment was submitted as part of the application, which confirmed the proposed development will not impact on existing water runoff rates and will not increase flood risk elsewhere. Essex County Council, as the lead local flood authority, have also raised no objections to the proposed development. With regards to contaminated land issues, the Council's Environmental Health Service are concerned that there may be potential contaminants that would need to be considered. Additional information was submitted by the applicant, and Environmental Health are now satisfied that proposed remediation methods are acceptable. The proposed development has been designed to ensure that it meets the current requirements in relation to sustainable construction and reduction in CO2 emissions. PV panels and air source heat pumps will be incorporated into the new building, which is an improvement on the previous building on the site. In conclusion, the application will see the reinstatement of a building of similar scale and mass, together in the same use as that previous on the site. A modern industrial warehouse facility would be provided within an existing employment area, safeguarding employment use on the site. And the application is recommended to members to be granted conditional planning permission, subject to the completion of a unilateral undertaking in relation to a financial contribution towards monitoring of the travel plan, and subject to the conditions identified at the end of the officer report on pages 218 to 221 of the agenda pack. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite the applicant's agent to speak upon this issue before we move and open it up to councillors. So Kemi, do we have the agent on the line at the moment, I believe? If you could let them in, please. And unmute.
Yes.
Thank you. If you could unmute them so they can speak now. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Heroes, you could now address the committee. I've asked you to unmute.
Yes, I have now.
Okay. Sorry, miss. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and my colleague is going to put up the timer, and it's going to beep when we've got 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application on behalf of the applicant. My name is Wakako Hirose, Planning Senior Associate at Rapley's. The applicant represents the landowner of the site, and as an institutional pension fund, they have long-term interest in the site. The former industrial building on the site suffered a fire last summer and has since been demolished and cleared in readiness for reinstatement. My client, as the landowner's priority, therefore, is to reinstate the building for occupation without delay. Therefore, we have worked closely with the officers and consultees from immediately after the fire and during the application process to ensure that the applicant will be in a position to reinstate the building as soon as practically feasible. We would like to thank your officers for their proactive approach they have adopted in the application process and for the cooperation and assistance which has been provided. We are pleased that the application has been recommended for approval. As the officer report explains, the proposal is for a replacement of the previous building on a like-for-like basis in terms of its footprint, site layout and massing. The principle of development is therefore established from the previous building and use of the site and the designation of the site as an existing employment land in planning policy terms. The proposed building represents a significant upgrade, particularly in terms of sustainability, environment, and modernisation for future proof. And these include the building incorporating energy efficient measures such as PV panels and improved cladding to reduce carbon emissions, and these complies with the emerging local plan policy requirements. The installation of EV charging points, the sprinkler and fire for fireproof and safety, and biodiversity enhancements such as increasing birds and bats nesting and roosting opportunities, and creation of sustainable habitat for invertebrates. And these are considered to be significant benefits, given that the previous building was modern and not anywhere close to the end of its life, having been constructed in 2014. The applicant wishes to implement the proposal as soon as planning permission is granted, so that the site can be reoccupied without delay. In order to facilitate this, the applicant has proactively submitted detailed information, which is normally reserved as pre-commencement condition, and those have been reviewed and agreed by relevant consultees as part of the application process. It is therefore very much hoped that you'll be able to support the officer's recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. You can now leave the meeting. Thank you. Chair, there's no other speaker wishing to, no other member of the public wishing to address the committee on this item.
Thank you. I'd now ask councillors to indicate if they wish to speak. I believe Councillor Rimmer raised his hand first of all to be able to speak onto item agenda 5, and then I'll come to Councillor Morris. They're the only councillors I can see indicating at present. Could you please unmute Councillor Rimmer so he can speak about item agenda 5? Thank you.
It's a sound proposal on the whole. I think it's fine. I'm minded to support it. I just question on the protocol whether the chair left the room and whether they would be able to vote on this item. I think we could have had a small adjournment for the chair to move locations if moving locations was needed, but I think the camera was turned off and the location was moved, so I can't be sure whether you were in the meeting for that part of the debate, and that concerns me. And I put that point of order, but really I didn't get a chance to speak to that. But thank you, officer, for the presentation.
Okay, I can just want to assure you that I moved before that item even started. My camera keeps going on and off, not because it's been turned on, because we're having technical problems here, which have been explained. You've been assured that I was here. You've been assured by officers that I was here. Quite often, members of our committee, for various reasons, do not have their camera on during a presentation. Their camera needs to be on when voting. That is the protocol. You've been assured that the chair has been here throughout the meeting, Councillor Rimmer, and I hope that you will accept the word of an officer and their integrity is not questioned. I'd now like to come to Councillor Morris. If you could please unmute Councillor Morris, thank you.
Have I been unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the actual application, no problem with. I like the fact that they are upgrading the standards of the building, but I just wonder, as that the surrounding vegetation, trees, etc., is more mature, whether it needs any sort of protection whilst this new building is being constructed. Don't seem to have anything about that in the report.
Councillor Morris, I'm just going to allow one of our officers to come in to cover that for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, was that point not dealt with the technical briefing? Robert, Charles, do we have an answer for that one? Oh well, I can answer then. The position was that in this instance it was thought not to be needed because the trees weren't of a calibre that required to be any further protection, and there would be a requirement to look at if the trees were of a calibre need to be protected, they would be, and there was no requirement in this instance.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Do I have any other councillors indicating to wish to speak on item agenda 5? I don't see any other councillors indicating, therefore I would like to take this to the vote. The recommendation can be seen at the bottom of page 205, that the plan application be granted conditional planning permission subject to the completion as outlined at the bottom of page 5 and the conditions at the end of the report. Okay, I'd like to come to, could you please unmute Councillor McGeorge, please? I'll come to Councillor McGeorge.
In favour.
Thank you. I'll now can you unmute Councillor Morris? I'll come to Councillor Morris.
In favour.
Thank you. Can I come to Councillor Turner now, please? Could you unmute Councillor Turner? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm abstaining.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Rimmer. Could you unmute Councillor Rimmer, please?
In favour.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now come to Councillor Kettle.
In favour.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Adjournment. Could you unmute Councillor Adjournment, please? It's still mute.
In favour.
Thank you. And planning application subject to those conditions have been granted conditional planning permission. And I vote in favour. Thank you. We're now going to go back to item agenda 4. Councillors, thank you for your indulgence in that. We think we've solved the technical issues we're having with our officers. I'm now going to hand over to our officers in order to present as item agenda 4. Thank you.
It's connected, but I can't see his audio yet. Apologies.
Can you unmute Charles, please?
Yes, I've
And
unmuted Charles
thank
as
you.
well.
Thank you.
Gordon, you're live now?
Yes, I'm nice. I mean, if you can hear me, I'm happy to present and go
We
through
can
the
hear
item.
you. Yes. Who's going to? Yes, we can hear you. I can
Okay,
hear you
that's fine. If one of my colleagues could just present the slides, then that would be helpful.
Okay, Thomas,
Thank you.
could you present the slide, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And apologies for the delay to everyone that was waiting there. So the next item on your agenda is agenda item 4. If you could go to the next slide, please, Tom. It's planning application 20/00955/4, and it's for the demolition and redevelopment of the existing building and erection of a mixed-use scheme comprising of a flexible commercial floor space used to classes A1 to A5, B1, D1 and D2 on the ground floor to first floors, and 492 1- and 2-bedroom residential apartments used class C3 in 3 blocks of up to 17 stories in height, with associated parking, servicing and communal amenity areas. And that's on land at Market Square in Basildon Town Centre. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There might be a delay in the slides coming up. Okay, I can't see if it's come on to the next slide.
It hasn't. Thomas, are you having problems? I've asked you to unmute so you could explain.
Yes, I think I'm having some technical problems with the presentation load into the next slide.
Okay. Can you email it to me, please?
Yeah, if I try and email it to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Kemi, do you want me to see if I can share my screen?
Yes, please. Try. Thank you.
I can see it now. Yes, that's it. That's
Is that
great.
visible?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this is a site plan. As you can see, the site itself is located on the north side of Market Square in Basildon Town Centre, south side of Town Square and St Martin's Square, east of Fodderwick and west of Market Pavement. The large rectangular shaped site extends to just under 3/4 of a hectare and currently comprises a Part 3, Part 4 storey building in a large rectangular block constructed around 1958 as part of the Basildon New Town, with access for servicing within its core from Market Square and Fodderwick. The building has been underused for some time, and despite some recent repairs, the facades are in relatively poor condition and much of the ground floor is inactive with high levels of vacancy, not helped by the current pandemic. Prominent existing retailers include Lloyd's Bank, Moon on the Square Public House and Greg's the Bakers. If you can move to the next slide, please. And there's an aerial view of the town centre. You can see it's quite centrally located. To the west is Westgate Shopping Centre. Further to the east, you've got Eastgate Shopping Centre. Basildon Railway Station is about 130 metres to the south. And Brook House, the other main dominant tall building in the vicinity, is about 125 metres to the northeast of the site. Next slide, please. There's some photos of the existing building and the surroundings. So top left, you can see the existing building, part 3, part 4 story. The mosaic above 26 to 30 Town Square. Busden College on the right. Brook House bottom left. Bottom right. And bottom left is the church and bell tower with council officers. Next slide, please. So the proposed development itself is intended to comprise 492 1- and 2-bedroom build-to-rent units. These would be constructed in 3 principal blocks running east to west, varying in heights from 9 to 17 stories at the tallest point. Residential floors will be constructed above the ground floor commercial uses and a central car parking area. There will be 2,879 square metres of flexible retail, commercial space at the ground floor, and also part first floor within 4 two-storey pavilions. These will be used classes A1 to A5, and that's retail, financial services, food and drink, pubs and takeaways. B1, which is offices, D1, community uses, health, and D2, leisure. Included within that would be 200 square metres for potential healthcare community use and 285 square metres for a small, medium enterprise business incubator space. 2,655 square metres of external community space is proposed. 119 of the units, that's 24%, would have 5 square metre exterior balconies. The remaining units would have Juliet balconies. There would be 615 square metres of internal communal amenity space. I will come onto the slide showing these in a minute to make it a bit more interesting. There are 69 car parking spaces. 8 of these would be blue badge, 2 would be for a car club, and there would be 20 active and 49 passive electric vehicle charging points, along with 5 motorcycle spaces. 530 cycle spaces will be provided. That's 500 for the residents and 30 for the commercial occupiers. Next slide, please. Okay, the housing mix. Okay, the 492 units are split 50-50. So it would be 246 one-beds and 246 two-beds. 11.4% of the units will be accessible and adaptable. As you can see there, so we've got 30 one-beds and 26 two-beds will be accessible and adaptable. In terms of affordable housing, the application has been subject to a financial viability appraisal, which has been independently assessed. Following revisions, there are no affordable housing units currently proposed on site. However, there will be early and late stage review mechanisms to be secured via a Section 106 agreement via a committed sum towards off-site affordable housing if it is deemed to be viable at the time. I should also say that build to rent, which is what the units are, is a type of tenure typically owned and held on a long-term basis by companies, pension funds, and managed by management companies for private rental. The application has been subject to an environmental impact assessment and comprises an environmental statement. It also is accompanied by a transport statement, travel plan, design and access statement, and management strategy, amongst other documents. The key considerations are going to be the principles of development, the economic impact, relationship to the vision of the Basel Town Centre regeneration strategy, design, visual appearance in relationship to the surrounding area in terms of building heights, wider townscape, scale, massing, design and materials, shadowing, mix of uses, highways and transport, quality of life for future occupiers, safety and security, the amount of affordable and accessible housing, heritage considerations and effect on the local microclimate, amongst other considerations. If you can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of housing, okay, that should be borne in mind that paragraph 11 of the MPPF states that decisions should apply presumption in favour of sustainable development, which for decision taking means approving development that accords with an up-to-date development plan without delay, or where there are no relevant development plan policies or these are out of date, granting planning permission unless these policies are in the PPF that protect areas or assets of particular importance, that provide a clear reason for refusing the development, where any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the harm when assessed against the policies in the NPPF. Now, the NPPF also states that local authorities should identify and update annually a supply of specific deliverable sites sufficient to provide a minimum of 5 years' worth of housing supply. Basildon Council currently demonstrate around 2.4 years supply at the current level, so you can see we've got a slight deficit there. The Emerging Basildon Local Plan, Policy H1, identifies that the council should be seeking to deliver 15,465 new homes to the period 2034, and of those 8,747 within the settlement and wider environments of Basildon. The Basildon Town Centre regeneration strategy has a vision to provide quality homes as part of a vibrant mixed community following that vision. If you can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, now as part of the application, the applicants are providing Section 106 infrastructure contributions, as stated here. These will be £482,000 towards sustainable transport, some £676,000 towards highway improvements and pedestrian access, some £103,000 towards healthcare as a second instance if the NHS do not take up the provision of a healthcare facility use on site. Education, a contribution of 369,144, open space 570,936, and employment skills, that's £150,000. That's £50,000 over 3 years to support I think it was an advice store manager or thereabouts. Some additional mitigation is proposed for the Essex Coast Recreational Avoidance Mitigation, which is required on all developments involving new dwellings that fall within the zone of influence of the Essex coastline, which this one does. Next slide, please. So in terms of the visual appearance of the development itself, as you can see, this is the elevation that faces Town Square. It will rise to 17 stories on the right-hand side, and you can see that there'd be 3 main blocks with 2 commercial sort of pavilions between each block, fronting both Town Square and Market Square. If you go to the next slide, please. This just shows the elevations fronting Fodwick and Market Pavement. The buildings have been subject to a design evolution. Initially, they were proposed without much differentiation in height or relief. They've now added articulation to the height so that they vary from front to back, and with articulation following wind microclimate assessments to minimise the impacts of wind. If you go to the next slide, please. That just shows the south elevation facing Market Square, where the new Basildon College will be. Next slide, please. There's some computer-generated images just showing it from Town Square and Market Square. As you can see, it would be a brick-built structure in the main with like a bronzy gold colour used to the pavilions, the commercial pavilions in between. Next slide, please. And that's just a cross-section which shows it quite nicely with the parking on the ground floor, the 2 commercial pavilions either side, and just a view of the central roof amenity area and its relationship to the Town Square to the right and Basildon College on the left-hand side. Next slide, please. This slide shows the massing. It also shows the varying heights. The primary form of the development, as I've said before, is organised in 3 east to west facing blocks or fingers. which are designed to maximise the solar aspect and provide good levels of daylight to the apartments, with 2 central courtyards in between. These are intended to provide ecological, biodiversity and amenity benefits to the residents. The blocks have been broken down to reduce their scale and mitigate the impact of the prevailing winds, as I've said before. The form to the south of the central block has been shifted to mitigate overlooking and to ensure high levels of natural daylight to the college. That's where it falls to 9 stories in the middle block. The hierarchy of scale steps the building up towards the key spaces, i.e. St Martin's Square to the northwest and the immersion transport hub to the southeast, where the new square is in front of Basildon College. This has the effect of enhancing the legibility of the scheme in the wider public realm by acting as the principal landmark nodes or wayfinders for pedestrians. Next slide, please. So I've alluded to slightly before the materials. It's primarily intended to be clad in like a high quality buff brick composed in a grid-like manner with raised horizontal brick bands or soldier courses either side of floor to ceiling height windows. Its design is intended to reflect the use of brick and strong horizontal bands characteristic of a brick house, within whose wider context the development will be seen. The 4 retail commercial pavilions would finish in a bronze gold coloured mesh-like cladding, designed to add contrasting visual interest to the brickwork used on the main blocks and reflect some of the public art type character that is part of the Basildon New Town. Next slide, please. So in terms of heritage, bear with me. It's acknowledged there would be a significant effect of constructing additional tall buildings within the vicinity of Brook House, a Grade 2 listed building in the centre of the town centre. Historic England has raised no objection to the scheme, and Essex County Council Historic Buildings Service recognised that there would be harm to the setting of Brook House. However, this harm would be less than substantial. Now, paragraph 196 of the NPPF states that where development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, such as Brook House, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. Now, in this instance, the proposed building would be broadly of a comparable height to Brook House at its tallest point, slightly taller at the 17-storey point where it fronts onto Martin Square, and it would be able to design a material palette designed to reflect elements of Brook House. As a result, the proposed development would result in less than substantial harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset. This limited harm is further outweighed by the public benefits from the proposal in the form of significant numbers of new homes, direct and indirect and induced economic benefits, including new jobs, modern flexible retail and commercial units, including incubator office space, a potential healthcare community facility use, and to act as a catalyst and driver of confidence for the wider regeneration of Basildon Town Centre. Subsequently, the Council has been informed by Historic England that they've received an application to add the Geoffrey Clark mosaic on the north side of the building to the statutory list of buildings of architectural or historic interest. The application itself does in fact entail the retention but relocation of the mosaic within the development, and we are seeking to ensure that through a suitable planning condition that it be installed in a publicly accessible place. Currently, one of the options is to install it within the lobby of the development fronting Market Square. The application for listing does not, however, prevent the Council from determining the current application, but would require the submission of a further listed building application to enable its relocation were it to be listed, which would be then presented to the committee for further consideration at that time. I understand we're expecting to hear from Historic England probably within the next couple of weeks on whether they do intend to list the mosaic or not. Condition 10 set out on page 117 of your agenda also seeks to ensure that a historic building record of the existing building will be undertaken prior to the commencement of the development. Next slide, please. Okay. We skipped any, or is this? Okay, bear with me. Okay, this slide just shows the proposed ground floor layout plan. The yellow areas are the intended retail or flexible retail commercial uses. The blue area is the proposed incubator space for small to medium-sized enterprises, and the pink area is the central main lobby entrance to the building from Market Square to the south. And then you've got the central parking area, as you can see there, and cycle storage, which I'll come on to further in the presentation. There's a clearer plan. If you can move to the next slide, please. There's a typical residential block floor plan. Just showing the layout. There would be approximately 14 apartments on each of the main floors, reducing as you go into the taller blocks. As I've said before, these would be primarily 1 and 2 bedroom units and a number of accessible and adaptable units. The next slide, please. These are the typical apartment layouts. Bear with me a moment. Now, the gross internal area of the apartments are 10% below the nationally described space standards, with the exception of the accessible and adaptable units, which do meet the nationally described space standards. The Buzzard Council hasn't formally adopted the nationally described space standards at present, although it is proposed to be adopted in the emerging local plan. Now, you can see on the left side 2 examples of apartments that do meet the nationally described space standards, and then the apartments in the middle, which are proposed, which are the ones that are 10% below. Now, the reduction, the 10% loss, is only at the expense of the internal circulation corridors and not at the expense of any habitable accommodation or built storage space, which do meet the nationally described space standards. The internal corridors areas are superficial and unnecessary where the apartments are fully sprinkled as proposed. This approach retains the overall habitable room of accommodation per apartment and improves the overall internal arrangement. And on the right side, you can see an accessible and adaptable unit as an example. As I mentioned, all bedrooms are doubles with storage cupboard space, which meet the national described space standards. Each apartment would have large floor-to-ceiling windows to maximise sunlight and daylight. And 119 apartments would have exterior balconies, with the remainder all served by Juliet balconies. Some 61% of the apartments would be dual aspect and 39% would be single aspect. None of those single aspect units would be north facing, so each unit would receive good levels of sunlight and daylight. If you can move on to the next slide, please. That's just an example of the interior view. Next slide, please. That just shows the balconies. Balconies, like I said, all units will have balconies. The interior facing ones over the courtyards will have exterior balconies, 5 square metres each, with the remainder on the exterior faces fronting the pedestrian areas would have Juliet balconies. They proposed that those facing the internal courtyards would have a staggered balcony arrangement, as you can see on the top right, which ensures there would be less overshadowing from impacts from balconies above to the apartments below. Could you go on to the next slide, please? As you can see, this is the podium level roof garden plan. There would be, bear with me. There will be 2,655 square metres of external communal amenity areas. And those will be split, as you can see on the plan, between the 2 courtyards and on the roofs of the middle of each of the blocks. And these are intended to provide, as I mentioned before, ecological biodiversity and amenity for future residents. Next slide, please. There's a computer graphic which sort of shows it a bit better, and you can see the balcony arrangement as well. Next slide, please. There will also be 615 square metres of internal communal amenity space, principally on the first floor, as you can see on the plan on the right, but also in smaller rooms on the upper floors that can be booked with the on-site management team. And this just highlights that there will be opportunities for alternative amenity and workspace or breakout space for the future residents. Next slide, please. That shows the entrance lobby fronting Market Square opposite the college, where all residents would enter the premises if they weren't coming by car or cycle. Next slide, please. This is the proposed parking layout plan. Slightly closer detail. As you can see, there will be 69 car parking spaces, 530 cycle spaces, and 8 blue badge parking spaces, along with 5 motorcycle spaces. Now, the disabled or blue badge spaces will be the 8 on the sort of bottom right of your screen, closest to the lobby between the main entrance. As I've mentioned, the applicants have now agreed that they will provide all parking spaces would either be passive, have passive electric vehicle charging points, or at least 20 of those would be active, so they can all be capable of being adapted to electric vehicle charging as the demand arises. There will also be 2 car club spaces designed to encourage residents to be able to book a car, and as a result of the reduced parking spaces in the scheme. Now, Essex Planning Officer Association parking standards typically advocate that there should be 1 parking space per 1 bed unit, but reductions of vehicle standards may, however, be considered if the development is in an urban area, including town centre locations that has good links to sustainable transport, such as the application site. A lower parking provision is therefore considered acceptable in principle, having regard to the sustainable town centre location close to the bus station, railway station, and other public means of transport. Application is accompanied by a transport statement and a travel plan. Now, in terms of the parking, the NPPF affirms that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impact on the road that would be severe, which is not considered to be the case in this instance. Essex County Council's Highway Service have not made an objection to the scheme, although we did not receive their comments because we understand that they are intending to provide further modelling work for the town centre in the future. However, the proposed development scheme would fall within the modelling capacity that's already been undertaken as part of the emerging local plan draft housing allocations for this area. The applicants are proposing a Section 106 contribution of $1,168,000 towards improvements to town centre public realm, highway improvements and sustainable transport to mitigate the impact of the development on the highway network and encourage a modal shift away from the car. The Section 106 agreement will also, in addition to the contributions highlighted earlier, seek to secure restrictions preventing future residents from obtaining parking permits for any controlled parking zone controlled by the council, secure at least 2 car club spaces within the development, secure a commitment to provide 24 hours membership to a local car club scheme, plus provision of £50 driving credit per apartment, secure the implementation and monitoring of a travel plan for the development, and secure that the developer will fund the repair of public realm and public roads damaged during construction. Planning conditions are also intended to be imposed, securing the submission of a construction environmental management plan, site waste management plan, and construction logistics plan. blue badge parking, cycle parking provision, car parking, electric vehicle charging points, a car parking management plan, a delivery and servicing plan, a refuse strategy, and residential welcome packs. Next slide, please. In terms of refuse collection, residents will be responsible for disposing of general and recyclable waste within the 4 allocated bin stores located on the ground floor below the 3 blocks. Refuse lorries will turn and park at the vehicle entrance points at Market Square or Fodwick, where the waste will be collected. Commercial waste collection principles will be the same, utilising 3 commercial allocated bin stores located in the ground floor separate to the residential waste areas. Commercial waste will be subject to a private commercial waste agreement. Condition 25 on page 122 of the agenda requires the submission of a detailed residential and commercial refuse and recycling strategy. The slide there just shows the position of the refuse stores and how a refuse lorry would access those points. Next slide, please. This slide shows the controlled access points through which residents and visitors would have access. The NPPF states that planning decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places which are safe and accessible so that crime and the disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion. In addition, our local plan policy B24 states that the council will expect the design and layout of new development to include consideration of crime prevention, and that local planning authority will consult the police in respect of relevant applications. Emerging local plan policy DES1 also states that the design and development proposals should address community safety issues in accordance with secured by design principles to reduce the incidence of crime and antisocial behaviour, which would also be a concern of members. Now, Secured by Design is an official UK police flagship initiative that focuses on crime prevention in homes and commercial premises by combining minimum standards of physical security and well-tested principles of natural surveillance. An operational and management strategy has been submitted with the application to demonstrate how the safety and security of residents will be implemented. Essex Police's design out crime team have also been consulted throughout the application process and have worked with the applicant to address issues related to landscape and boundary, delineation of the roof gardens, balcony design and layout, public realm and perimeter, and general design out crime specifications. A number of aspects designed to secure the safety and security of the development can be dealt with by ensuring the development achieves a minimum silver award for Secure by Design homes and commercial guides as required by condition 46 on page 128 of the agenda, and also the submission of a lighting strategy which is subject to condition 24 on page 122 of the agenda. Next slide, please. Okay, now, fire safety is an obvious concern of members. This slide shows the ground floor fire exits leading out to the street from the upper residential floors. Issues surrounding fire safety are dealt with primarily at the building regulation stage of development. Nevertheless, issues surrounding fire safety and principles and practicalities of providing a safe development are considered further below, or rather here, to provide members with some in-principle assurances. A fire strategy has been provided in the submitted design access statement with the application. The applicant's building control and fire safety engineers have subsequently produced a further fire engineering concept fire strategy report. Essex Fire and Rescue Service have been consulted and advised that fire service vehicular access to the individual buildings will be provided and maintained, meeting their requirements of the relevant building regulation. They also say that the access to surrounding pedestrian precincts should be maintained throughout construction and advocate the use of sprinklers, or advocate for the use of sprinklers which are required for buildings over 11 metres in height in any case. The applicant confirms that the development will be fully sprinklered and designed to satisfy the building regulation. There will be 3 dry risers in the tallest core of each of the blocks. During the application process, the applicants have amended the application to ensure the provision of at least 2 stairwells as a means of escape for each of the apartments, including on the upper floors, thereby future-proofing the scheme beyond current building regulations in this respect. The council has appointed an independent fire safety consultant to review the fire safety of the application, and they have liaised directly with the applicant's building control and fire safety engineers on this matter. The independent fire safety consultants have appraised the package of fire safety measures offered by the scheme, including means of escape, fire compartmentation, firefighting facilities, smoke control and clearance provisions, structural fire resistance, and building services. Reviewing the individual apartment layouts submitted, the independent fire safety officer confirms whilst there are some minor elements that need further work, these do appear capable of satisfying the relevant building regulations, which members should note also falls outside of the specific scope of the planning system. The applicant confirms that no material changes are needed to the internal layouts to meet building regulations. Planning condition 16 on page 119 of the agenda requires the submission of a fire statement as a condition prior to any above ground new development, and this should be produced by an independent third party suitably qualified assessor comprising such detail as the building construction methods, products and materials used, the means of escape for all building users, including those who are disabled or require level access, together with an associated management plan, access for fire service personnel and equipment, ongoing maintenance and monitoring, and how provision will be made within the site to enable fire appliances to gain access to the building, thereby ensuring fire safety can be ensured. As I said, also that would be dealt with separately at the building regulation stage. If you can move on to the next slide, please. In terms of wind microclimate, a specialist microclimate wind effects assessment has been submitted with the application. The suitability of wind comfort and safety in the proposed site conditions and the possible consequent need for local mitigation has been identified by comparing estimated worst case wind comfort ratings against the minimum target comfort ratings using the UK industry standard criteria that form the basis of the assessment that's been submitted. To address a particular concern that has been highlighted with regard to the effects of wind on the pedestrian environment at the northwest corner of the development in particular, which you can see on the slide as the two red dots on the left. This is the worst case scenario. The applicants have suggested the provision of a 2.5 metre deep projecting canopy above the retail frontage at this location. This has been subjected to initial architectural design development, as you can see on the right, but does require further investigation. The specific detailed design development and its performance can, however, be secured by a planning condition, which is proposed at condition number 18 on page 120 of the agenda. In terms of the cumulative impact, the present wind microclimate impact assessment has been carried out on the existing site context only. This was done prior to the submission of the other application, which has been now submitted subsequently to the north of the site on the former M&S building. The submission is based on the basis that at the time of carrying out the assessment, there were no known future developments that could be deemed to affect the wind regime at the site that were subject to a planning application consented or under construction. It is understood that a planning application for the Town Square North Development Scheme, which is in the immediate north of the Market Square development site, will be submitted, which it has now been. It is recommended that as part of the planning approval process, the site redevelopment. Sorry, let me just start that again. It is recommended that as part of the planning application approval process, the wind microclimate impacts of the Town Square North application be assessed at that time. It's not possible to include such assessment at the stage that the application was submitted because it was done prior to the other application. I understand that the applicants for the development to the north of the site have submitted some further details on wind mitigation to consider the cumulative impacts of that scheme relative to this scheme. And I also understand that the applicants for the current application have liaised further with those of the development site to the north to look further into the cumulative impact. If you can move to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the final slide, and it just shows, as you can see, the existing site on the left and the proposed scheme with the computer generated image. To conclude, the proposed development would secure new residential accommodation, including modern commercial retail space, including incubator space, and a potential community healthcare facility use within Basildon Town Centre, which would improve the housing stock of the borough, contribute towards Council's shortfall in its 5-year housing land supply, enhance skills and job opportunities for the local population, and positively contribute towards the regeneration of Basildon Town Centre. Approximately 1,525 jobs would be directly or indirectly supported during the construction over a period of 30 months, with up to 130 net new local jobs anticipated upon completion. Due to the current lack of a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites, the relevant development plan policies for the supply of housing are considered to be out of date by national policy. Therefore, in line with the presumption in favour of sustainable development of paragraph 11 of the National Planning Policy Framework, permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessing its policies in the framework, taken as a whole, or specific policies in the framework, which indicate that development should be restricted. The scale of the development is within the level of residential development provided by policy R2 of the revised submission local plan and provided by Basildon Town Centre Highway Improvement Scheme. The transport statement has indicated that the residual cumulative transport impacts of the development would not be so severe and as such would not conflict with National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 109. The development would not prejudice the outcome of the future modelling of the town centre and wider local plan by Essex County Council, nor has previous transport modelling undertaken by the Essex Highway Authority considered the positive impacts of the draft local cycling and walking improvement plan. Neither has it acknowledged the approach to lower parking standards within the town centre environs. It is therefore considered that there are no highway-related reasons to refuse the application on. The application represents sustainable development in accordance with the adopted and emerging Basildon Local Plan, the National Planning Policy Framework, and the aspirations of the Basildon Town Centre Regeneration Strategy. And it is therefore recommended that the application be approved, subject to the applicant entering into a Section 106 legal agreement to secure planning obligations and contributions as set out in the recommendation on page 113 of your agenda, and subject to conditions at the end of the report, with any amendments that might be necessary up to the issue of the decision notice. Thank you, Chairman. I'll hand you back.
Thank you, Mr. Humphries, and thank you also for your perseverance in order to get onto the meeting. I'm now going to hand over to Charles, because I believe that he has some statements that need to be read out before we go to members of the public.
Yes, that's correct. There are 3 letters of representation, so I'll go through each individually. The first one's from Rochelle Bone. Regarding the proposed plan to turn Basildon Town Centre into a tower block jungle with 4,500 flats proposed, I would like to register my objections for the following reasons. Number 1, the infrastructure of the area will not cope with this number of extra people. Number 2, the hospital is already at capacity with long waiting lists. Number 3, there are not enough good secondary schools in Basildon. Parents already send their children out of the area. Number 4, traffic and pollution will become unbearable. Number 5, Basildon will lose the green areas that make it such a pleasant place to live. And number 6, tower blocks are an outdated means of living. Too many people, too little space, too crowded. The second letter of representation is from Carla Rawlinson Sadler. And she writes, I write to raise my objections to the current plans under the above planning application. I am able to attend the meeting, but please forward on my behalf. My objections are as follows. If taken as a separate application to the other tower block proposals, this plan does not take into account the current height average in the town centre and does not fit in with the town. Indeed, if you are looking at this as part of the other tower block proposals, none of them have been agreed by planning yet, and it is inappropriate to decide one-off major changes to the town centre without also considering the validity of these at the same time. The assumption is that the people who will live in the tower blocks will mainly work in London or somewhere walking or public transport will get them, just need public transport. My company is based near Fenchurch Street, employs thousands in the UK, and is currently consulting on closing a third of the offices. The future, they say, is home working most of the time. My clients are saying the same. I found the attached 2 articles which back this up. This planning application and for the wider master plan proposals are based on pre-COVID assumptions on workplaces and are out of date. Undersized flats which do not have enough space for home working and aren't big enough to counter the mental health impact on not leaving your flat all day are unsuitable and also undesirable. The proposer should be asking to submit a new plan with larger units with home working accommodation in each, along with supporting study based on the expected requirements of each unit and being adequate for mental health in these circumstances. Just saying there is green space nearby is not adequate to assess the impact of people on people or people's health and travel services. As this is part of a larger plan, there is no accommodation of infrastructure for an estimated 6,000 new residents. Infrastructure includes doctors, dentists, schools and green spaces. There is no supporting evidence that in a town such as Basildon, cars are not needed, and there is completely inadequate provision in this proposal. The Icon had car parking provision included, and this should be the basis that all these tower blocks should start from. There is no adequate or planned public transport provision for people to get to local towns, which is part of the normal life of Basildon residents that are near, and car usage based on city life or an overall UK theme is not suitable. Plans should be redrawn with supporting evidence on the usage of cars in Basildon itself, not to neglect that plans of this nature with no car access prohibit social mobility and will discriminate against those who are disabled, as car access is crucial in many cases and poor. Added burden this will create on all the emergency services who have no plans for expansion or have the resources to deal with this type of building. Added burden this creates for rail and bus links, which are already overstretched. The Basildon train station already has 3 trains per 15 minutes at rush hour and is generally standing room only. It will not be able to put on more trains nor add another platform to accommodate this amount of new users. Train use in Basildon station barely copes now. It will not cope with an influx of new users without significant investment in the station and close consultation with C2C, which has not happened in this case. Known social problems created by this type of development without adequate consultation with the emergency services. There is no supporting evidence on how a town no-go zone will be prevented, but plenty of other towns are starting to pull these types of buildings down. So far from being a town of the future, we are actually being asked to accept an outdated model. Environmental pollution caused by the proposed construction methods is unacceptable. And the third and final comment is from Libby Rogers. I strongly object to the above planning application regarding 3 high-rise tower blocks for the following reasons: inadequate infrastructure for medical, education and policing for thousands more residents, severe lack of parking which will necessitate the new renters to spew out to local outlying roads already deeply congested. 3 tower blocks within a small town centre will have a detrimental effect on the existing residents' mental health, plunging Basildon into a concrete ghetto difficult to police given the existing drug issues. Smaller than permitted flats at a time when a substantial number of London and Essex businesses are having a sea change towards permanent working from home post-pandemic, further mental health issues for our town. That concludes the letters of representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Before we tackle some of those issues, I believe now we have some people waiting in the waiting room. Kemi? According to my list,
yes,
I have Mr. Hogg first, Jacob Hogg.
Yes, he's in the meeting room. I've unmuted him to speak.
Thank you.
Hiya.
Hello. And Mr. Hogg, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. My colleague will be holding up a timer and it will beep when you've got 30 seconds left. Thank you.
So Basildon Council's own emerging local plan sets out a target of 31% affordable housing. In the officer's report I read in the preparation for this meeting, it talks about government guidelines of 20% affordable, yet in this application you plan to allow for no affordable housing under financial viability grounds. That's not 492 pokey flats at around £800 per calendar month. That would generate £4.7 million per year. If you add in the government guidelines of just 20%, that would be 98 of the flats at £640. This would still be a very profitable development, generating £3.8 million in residential rents alone. I need someone to explain how that isn't affordable under financial viability reasons right now, when we're talking about those kinds of profits each year, and why Basildon Council is afraid to impose its own policy of 31% affordable, especially when you will want to add this development to your local emerging plan. On infrastructure, that was talked about in them other residents' complaints there, so I won't go into as much detail, but I think with parking, you need to have a sensible and realistic approach. You can't hide behind reports that don't really reflect the issue like you recently did in a PITSI application. This will have a negative impact on the parking in the surrounding wards. On services, I think we need a much more detailed plan of GP spaces, school spaces, dentist and hospital spaces. You can't really just quote figures and a possible list of things it could be spent on. The public art that's attached to this development, you know, I'm led to believe it's owned by the people, and it's spent years neglected, hidden away behind the glass gazebo. It deserves to be on the display for the people, not hidden away in a private development's garden. I'd like to finish by saying that this is the first of many controversial developments in our town centre. It will set the benchmark for all future town centre developments. In its current state, it will pave the way for a private, high-rise housing estate in our town centre. We desperately need in Basildon traditional social housing, affordable and accessible to all, built in a low-rise fashion in harmony with the rest of the town centre, not privately owned high-rise flats that are 10% smaller than the national standard, unaffordable to people living and working in the borough. A lot of residents are unhappy about this crazy high-rise element of the town centre's future. Members
Your
should
time is
approve
up,
this
Mr.
development.
Hunt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Ademu next.
Ms. Ademu, you have unmuted.
Yeah.
Could you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you.
Yes, I'm in a position of these flats because there are no proper sustainability planning, no proper impact assessment. I know that some money has been put aside for infrastructure, but if there has been a proper impact assessment done, then we would see what percentage what has been provided will amount to. So in the plans that we looked at tonight, there are about 500 flats, and there is an education budget. There's an education. Yeah. So looking at the plans that we have tonight, there are 500 flats, and the calculations are based on having 18 children in 500 flats. The amount allocated, which is about 300,000, isn't going to be enough to pay for that. And are we looking at figures per annum, or are we looking at figures for the lifetime of the project? Then we look at the parking spaces that have been made available. You've got 69 parking spaces. Where will the rest of the people park? So we're assuming that there would only be 69 people with cars out of the number of people living in 500 flats. The other thing is that the flats are poorly designed, as we can see that they're 10% less than the national space standards. Then again, the flats are going to be taller than, the tallest flat is going to be taller than Brook House, which will impact the view of this listed building, and that shouldn't be the case under the policies set by the heritage, the listed buildings heritage. And again, that space is communal space for Basildon's residents, and it shouldn't be hived off to private developers. It shouldn't be hived off to private developers. It should be maintained and retained by the residents of Basildon. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ademuyiwa. You could leave the meeting and continue watching us on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kemi, I believe we've got Aaron Badwi.
Yes, we have. I'm just unmuting him.
Thank you.
To unmute. Can you unmute, Mr. Badri?
Hi,
Yeah.
can you hear me now?
Yes, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. My colleague has got the timer up, and you have 30 seconds warning to round up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity for today to speaking as a member of public. I strongly object this planning proposal to have the high rise. The reason being like lack of green space around the estate, like near the town center, because what we know is the Gloucester Park is the only park available for most of them within the 3 mile radius for the exercise and other activities. So given so much of influx of people coming into the new town center, like I think it's going to have a lot of strain for the green space. And not only that, it's also going to affect our public resources like schools, which is already oversubscribed, both in primary and secondary. And the London train, as always, it's been crowded in the peak hours, and hospital A&D is more than 4 hours now. And more than anything else, our valuable police force is kind of stretched to the maximum to keep a check on the crime. I don't know, in the name of regeneration of the town center, I feel like this is spoiling the beauty of the town center, just adding more number of flats kind of coming in. More than that, instead of adding more flats or something, I would strongly recommend if they can improve the communal space or probably the commercial space, and have more kind of a rental, what's it called? The more number of rental, which is not that kind of costly, like make it more competitive enough so that like more business can come in. I think that will be more than enough for the town center than rather building more number of kind of a jungle housing kind of thing. I think that's all I need to tell at this point of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Badri. You could leave the meeting. Thank you.
On my list next, I've got Philip Brackley.
Yes, I am unmuting him.
Thank you.
Mr. Rackley, could you unmute yourself, please?
Yep, I've done.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. My colleague has the timer up, and it will beep when we've got 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
You have 3 minutes to address the committee.
3 minutes, yep.
Yes, please. Okay.
Okay, you tell me when you want me to start.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please start.
Right. Okay. You've heard from various people tonight about very specific things. I'm going to talk about things generally as well. The executive summary sets out key considerations on the principal development. What I'm hoping is that councillors will not just take these as being gospel in deciding their decision, because this is really the start of a longer process, as you all know. It could be described as a thin end of the wedge as far as our town is concerned. My first objection relates to the overall flaw in the consultation process, which has accompanied master plan in general. I did take part in one of the virtual consultations, believing that not only would I get satisfactory answers to questions, but I would have the opportunity of feeding back my comments. That did not occur, and I think that is as though we're talking about the future of the town. Whilst I appreciate the problems that the virus has caused in terms of consultation, I think there is an argument to consider delaying decisions on all of this until, as the Prime Minister has said, we come out of the lockdown, hopefully sometime in May. I think then people could have a real say. Let me make it clear, I don't object to the need to the regeneration of the town centre. I think it can be done in a very different way from what is being proposed here and what will no doubt come out of the emerging local plan. Councillors who remember me will probably remember how long ago it was we started this process and how out of date, in terms of the deadline we are. And I think to go down this particular road is problematical. And if it's been delayed for this long, I'm sure delaying for a bit longer wouldn't go amiss. Let me be specific on a number of points. First of all, I don't accept that the building of high-rise units as envisaged is justified. And I think the evidence that we've all noted during the pandemic with people living in small, crowded accommodation, isolated for people, problems with mental health that have occurred. And if we've not learned from that, I think it's a real shame. And now we're going to go ahead with this sort of scheme. Nor is building to rent
Mr. Hackley,
a way of
Mr.
solving a particular problem. Basildon deserves better. And instead of build to rent, I suggest we look elsewhere and build traditional housing.
Okay. Your time is up, Phil, sorry. The 3 minutes is up.
Thank you, Mr. Rackley. I've next got Councillor Dadds. Councillor Dadds, when you start, can you just clarify whether you're speaking as a business owner in the town centre or are you speaking as a councillor? It's just for the public to know. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Madam Chairman, before my time starts, I'm happy to declare an interest that I have business in the town, but I don't believe it's prejudicial in regards to speaking on this item. So could you tell me when I can start my clock so I can start speaking? I believe I have 5 minutes, do I?
Yeah, you're speaking as that's why I wanted clarification whether you're speaking as a business owner or a councillor, because obviously as a councillor you get 5 minutes. Can we please start? Can you let Councillor Dadds know that when he can start, please? We've got the clock going. Thank you.
Yes, you can start now, please.
Thank you.
Yes, I think the high-rise homes will lead to misery for Basildon residents. It will lead to misery for blocking of roads nearby where people park their cars during the week, maybe then commuting to the town. It's absolutely shocking, the excess height of the buildings. It's out of kilter with the town centre. This master plan or disaster plan must be stopped now. The size of the accommodation is below minimum standard and should not be acceptable. The lack of affordable housing is shocking, outrageous, and particularly given that it's a Labour-led council, you would have expected much, much different. In relation to creating a housing estate in the town centre, we've already seen with Northgate House, 87 flats, the lived experience of people within the town as that has caused by private renting being occupied predominantly from people outside and from London. London councils moving their tenants here has caused drug issues with county lines, antisocial behaviour, many of issues within the town centre. It is appalling to think that in effect it's one car park space per 7 flats. That is shocking. In relation to, and particularly when the Essex standard parking standard is 1 per dwelling and 1 bedroom dwelling. In relation to the affordable houses, it works out to be something like £5,000 per dwelling on the Section 106. You telling me that you can't get affordable housing in this scheme? What I'm more concerned about is the councillor and the Labour councillors have been, in effect, you've been reading your articles from your leader in the Echo, talks about believing in Basildon. I think this is unbelievable, taking Basildon back to the 70s with outdated designs and schemes of high-rise story flats. 17 stories. It's unbelievable. It's not about believing in Basildon. It's about bringing Basildon back to the 70s. We've had problems with Brook House, Northgate House. We took down Royal Court because of the issues of the standard of living and well-being. It's completely unacceptable. Now, in relation to the impact on the housing list, there will be none because it's privately rented. It will not reduce the housing list for this council and for the borough. And what I'm concerned about is the officer says private pension companies can rent it. But what he failed to admit is also the London Borough of Tower Hamlets, the London Borough of Newham, the London Borough of Hackney, all can take a share of this privately rented accommodation and put their tenants within this block and blocks. So we will have blocks and blocks of London tenants coming here being housed in Basildon, and there will be a missed opportunity for our tenants. Notwithstanding, there should be no high-rise story, anything like this within our town. We should be reducing the spaces, creating better homes, better environments for better well-being. As I say, just to round off, Madam Chairman, and thank you for letting me speak and not interrupting, and that I appreciate. This is high on height, high on antisocial behaviour, high on harm, high on damage to our town centre, high stories, high flats, high harm. We must refuse this application. It's as high as Gavin Callaghan. It is as high as Gavin Callaghan's ego, but as low as protecting the town centre. This needs to be stopped. Independent councillors, do not follow your leader. Do not follow Gavin Callaghan. The mayor of the town, please speak out. Stop this. Don't allow the town to be destroyed. We do not want this private housing going to London tenants, blocking our roads, blocking our streets, blocking our schools, blocking our doctors, blocking the hospital spaces. This must be stopped. Stop it now. This is a disaster plan. Reject this application.
Thank you, Councillor Dadge. Your time is up. Well, it was a little bit more than up. Thank you very much. And the next person wishing to speak is Councillor Fellows.
Councillor Fellows, you've been unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't get myself on video. Regrettably, I'm going to withdraw my request to speak this evening. And the simple reason is I checked the documents in the council's meetings section, and I believe they're incomplete. So I've not been able to do the look at the full picture, which will become evident tonight by the officer's excellent presentation. So yes, I'm going to have to withdraw my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows. I next have Angela O'Donoghue, who is the principal of South Essex College. Do we have Angela in the meeting room?
Yes, she's joining. I'm still waiting for a connection.
Thank you.
Yeah. Angela, I've unmuted you, please.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, you can start now. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, members. My name is Andrew O'Donoghue, and I'm the principal of South Essex College of Further and Higher Education. I'm speaking at tonight's committee to confirm the college's strong support for this proposal. As the committee will be aware, we have completed the construction of our brand new campus for digital technologies in the town centre. This is a significant investment in the cultural and educational facilities of the area, and it's making a significant contribution to the regeneration of Basildon Town Centre. The Orwell site is directly north of our site. Following their acquisition of the site in February 2020, we have worked closely with Orwell and their design team in the formulation of their proposal to make sure it aligns with our development, our objectives, and complements the work we will be doing with young people, adults and employers in our building. We are very pleased that the scheme has been recommended for approval, as combined with our scheme, it represents an exciting new chapter for the social and cultural offer of the town centre. The scheme has been designed to complement our new building by redeveloping an otherwise tired and largely vacant building in the immediate setting of our new building and public realm area, replacing the building with a high quality new building, which will add much needed visual interest and life to this part of the town centre, closely following the completion of our campus. Respecting our building and operations through the provision of appropriate access arrangements and other design measures, we are continuing to discuss the public realm scheme, which will link the two buildings, providing much needed footfall, vitality and activity for the town centre through the introduction of new business community and retail space, plus the new residential apartments. This will further enhance the safety and security of the immediate area, which will be of benefit to our team and students as part of the town centre that is known to attract crime and antisocial behaviour. Lastly, but certainly not least, the scheme offers modern and well-positioned incubator workspace opposite our building. This can support the provision of new business and job creation opportunities in the town centre. One such opportunity supports spin-off businesses created by our own students. This is a particularly important opportunity which we can all benefit from as a borough, as it will support the retention of knowledge and the value-added research undertaken in the college. This can only be of benefit for the economic and social prosperity of the town as we bounce back from the pandemic and look to retain skilled and well-trained young people and adults. This is an exciting time for Basildon Town Centre and the wider town, which is reflected in our investment and that proposed by Orwell. We look forward to continuing to work with yourselves and the Orwell team in the delivery of this much welcome scheme and strong.
Thank you. Your time is ended.
Thank you, Camille. I believe we've got Councillor Sargent next.
Yes.
And obviously Councillor Sargent would have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
I object to this application, and listening to what the residents have said this evening, they also object to it. I recall attending last year a consultant briefing for councillors on this proposal, where many questions were asked. We were told about the fantastic community facility provision. We were told of the housing move to high-rise living. I asked if any consultant had lived in high-rise. They had not. I have lived in high-rise living many years ago in Hackney. It was then called a tower block, Horston Point, 17 stories high of a 23-storey building. My take on high-rise living is very different to theirs. It was some years ago when I watched on TV that same tower block being demolished. Here we have the first application of 3 tower blocks, the first of many more to come. Is this how the council wants to house hundreds of residents to live and badge it as high-rise living? The thousands on the council waiting list, however desperate, would not want high-rise living, believe me. I read in a report that our local plan did not meet the target of homes except for the area of Basildon, and how the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing supply. Is building high-rise tower blocks the answer for the inspector to pass our local plan, with many more of the same and no space to turn around? Is this the future of Basildon? We have a 2012 town centre master plan. It may have been the council's intention to produce a 2020 master plan, but that has not superseded the 2012 master plan. Instead, a regeneration strategy appears to have become the 2020 master plan. A strategy is not a master plan. All the units are for private rent purposes, managed by bona fide management companies. Does anyone remember Royal Court? They may not have been paid, they may not have been billed to rent, but they were rented all the same. Thankfully, Royal Court was demolished some years ago to make way for homes that are more akin to residents' wishes. So why are they building more tower blocks? There are no affordable housing in the 492 proposed flats. One can only assume they are not meant for residents waiting on the council housing register. And yet there are significant contributions to highway improvements, sustainable transport, healthcare and education, and a mere $500,000 towards community open space, culture, play and sports. I urge all members of the committee to listen to the residents, what they have said. They are the taxpayers of this town. They should have a say in shaping the town centre and building proper homes that are fit to live in. I urge you to refuse this planning application. We can surely do better than this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Sargent. I have next Mark Harris. I believe that Mark's the applicant's agent.
Yes.
If you'd like to speak now, thank you.
That's correct. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mark Harris, the agent for the applicant, speaking in support of the recommendation. This scheme is the culmination of over a year's collaboration, design and assessment, resulting in a proposal which offers important and significant step forward in the regeneration of your town centre. When the site was purchased in February 2020, all were already aware of the challenges posed by town centre regeneration and ensuring they could deliver the right type of scheme for your residents. Those challenges have been compounded by the pandemic, but all will remain as enthusiastic as ever to deliver this scheme as we all look to bounce back. Your officer's report offers a comprehensive assessment explaining the scheme's compliance with policy and why it should be approved, so I want to focus on the benefits. The site is owned by Allwell, fully funded and can be delivered in a single phase. If approved, construction can commence this year and be complete and open by winter 2023. This will achieve early and important benefits for the town centre and those that live and work here. It will also make a significant contribution towards housing land supply and delivery in a highly sustainable location. It will deliver 492 homes in the innovative build-to-rent sector, and this is the first such purpose-built scheme here, which is a step change in the type and quality of homes in the town centre. This will be a fully managed building operated by an established provider. Its success will be defined by how long residents choose to live in their homes. It's therefore been designed to be a high quality, safe, secure and sustainable place to live in and enjoy. It will increase the town centre's population by around 1,500 people, benefiting local businesses through additional spending, footfall and wider spin-offs. New and flexible retail units are provided. This will support the town centre's objective to be a much improved destination and align closely with the opening of the new cinema, the push to improve the visitor and evening economy and retain locally generated expenditure. Employment incubator spaces offered to support job creation, local SMEs and the young entrepreneurs of the town, including through a partnership with South Essex College. We estimate that around 130 jobs for local people will be created, and construction-related employment will also be significant. It makes provision for a new healthcare facility, meeting a need for the town centre and providing a significant benefit to the health and well-being of residents. The scheme is also of a high quality and is a sustainable building, creating a safer and welcoming environment for all. The scheme will assist in enhancing landowner and investor confidence in the town centre by being an important first phase of a wider planned investment and regeneration, and this includes early and significant infrastructure improvements. Now, these are only the headlines. Orwell is committed to delivering this scheme and has signed up to the Basildon First Charter to ensure its benefits are tangible for local people and can underpin the town centre's regeneration and recovery. I therefore strongly commend the recommendation before you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I believe that's everyone, Clem, that we've got in the waiting room wishing to speak.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I'm now going to come to members of the committee. I then have some leaders of groups that are also present tonight. I'll also give, if Councillor Fellows feels that he wants to come back in, I'll also give him that opportunity. But I see that we have some hands up. The first hand that went up was Councillor Rimmer, and then coming to Councillor Morris. Could you please unmute Councillor Rimmer so Councillor Rimmer can be heard without interruption? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It was interesting to hear from the residents and fellow councillors and the other speakers tonight about the points that were raised. I have concerns myself about, I think one of the speakers spoke about the level of funding in terms of education, and that there only being 18 places in total that were going to be funded. I have concerns also in terms of viability study and the lack of affordable housing. The height of the building, not two of the buildings are below the height of Brook House, but Brook House is an iconic building in Basildon Town Centre, like it or not, and it is highly important in terms of 20th century heritage and what that represents. It is a Grade 2 listed building. And no mistake here, I'm going to quote or paraphrase the chairperson's own words when it came to the cinema. We are losing heritage assets here. We are actually, in essence, I think you said that in relation to a staircase. But in terms of this mosaic, the question about where it will actually be housed is quite crucial. But in terms of the visual impact on Brook House of having a building that is taller is unfortunate. The national space standard that hasn't been met with this proposal, with flats that are 10% lower in sort of square meterage in terms of the one bedrooms at 45 square meters and the two bedrooms at 63 square meters. It's totally unacceptable. We can give weight. We can give weight to the national space standard if it is actually in our emerging plan. I think in these terms, these are things that can be corrected. I would also like to see some regeneration of the town centre. I would like to see it in a way that is sustainable for the future. And I think it's important that we are building, apartment blocks that are actually fit for purpose, fit for living in. There is that standard there. We have to also concern ourselves with that heritage aspect. I appreciate what the officers have done in terms of the extra briefing we've received tonight in terms of fire safety. That we had a technical briefing on that. We asked questions about that, and there has been an improvement in what we've been told in terms of the risers and the actual access as well for fire engines. So that is much appreciated. I also appreciate what has been said in respect of 2 fire exits for each of the tower blocks in terms of escape routes. That's highly important as well. The wind and pedestrian wind was something that I was concerned about, because obviously you can see in parts of London, in parts of other cities, it is difficult for pedestrians to actually walk along the street if there are lots of high-rise buildings, whether they're commercial or residential in nature, funneling wind in a particular direction. It does look like with this first application, but that has actually been taken into account. I am concerned about the design of the building. When we were looking at the cinema development, they came up with a design that was in keeping with the style of Basildon and sympathetic to Basildon with the mosaic exterior, etc., and that new town feel. I don't think this design is sympathetic to Basildon. I think you could put it anywhere almost. It doesn't feel like it's actually suited to that environment that we are talking about, especially as it will be in juxtaposition in terms of aspect with other heritage assets in there, including Brook House. So I have major concerns. I appreciate what the officers have been able to secure in respect of electric charging points. That was a key aspect for me, that at least we now have 20 active and 49 passive electric charging points. A question has been raised in respect of disabled parking, and that was also answered. But a further question is how actually we can be sure that those disabled parking spaces will not be abused in any way, shape or form. I think with this particular development, in terms of the parking provision as it is, in terms of the size of the flats, in terms of the exterior design, in terms of one of the buildings being taller than Brook House, and in terms of overall, there has actually been an identification of some harm. I don't feel, because their budget allocation, the contribution to education, and the lack of affordable housing, that it actually meets the test of overcoming those harms. I would feel more comfortable if the developers were to come back at another date to actually address the concerns of the residents in terms of the viability study, address the concerns of the residents in terms of contribution to infrastructure and education, and address concerns in terms of juxtaposition to the heritage assets, making sure that building, the tallest building, was shorter than Brook House, that the national space standards is met, and that the exterior design was in keeping with our new town in Basildon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. The next councillor I had indicating was Councillor Morris. I've then got Councillor Turner afterwards. Could you please unmute Councillor Morris so she can be heard and interrupted? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If you look on page 47 of the report, you see that Essex County Council Growth and Development were asking for certain monies for education. They asked for 333,000 for early years. They asked also for various other amounts, which is over £1 million for primary and secondary. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the primary and secondary was omitted from this report. They've only agreed to the early years monies. You've only agreed to the early years monies with the developer. Now, for that reason, Essex County Council have written to the Director of Growth at Basildon and said that they object to this planning development. After all, who is going to pay for the primary and secondary provision for this block if the developer isn't made to do so. Now, I also believe that Essex Highways wanted to do a complete modelling for the whole of the new town centre that is proposed in the 2020 master plan before this application was presented, but it hasn't happened. And they say that pressing ahead with a clear picture of the future clear future needs will lead to disadvantages for the residents of Basildon, present and future. So I would say both of those issues mean that this application is not sustainable. I would also like to point out that the Basildon Town Centre Master Plan of 2012 is the one that is currently in is our current plan, because it has not been revoked. The 2020 plan has not been adopted, and Mrs. Lyons has stated that the regeneration strategy has no weight in the planning process. So, you know, we really cannot, I cannot see why this is being brought forward so early. I'd say it is prejudicial to the replanning of the area, actually. But there are other reasons that I have found in this report. For instance, the apartments are 10% below the national space standards. Well, you know, so much for high quality development. There's also going to be a significant effect on the setting of Brook House in EIA terms. You can find that on page 64. The entire area would not be BRE compliant. That's written on page 65. The MPPF states that affordable housing on build to rent schemes, which is what this is, should be provided by default, no affordable housing. There will be a reduction in the amount of retail and commercial floor space in this development over what was there before as well. So, you know, there's 5 reasons for turning it down, not to mention the fact that we have Essex Highways and Essex Education also objecting to the plan. So, you know, I don't think that the statement that this is a high quality development or that it's sustainable are either of them are accurate. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. The next councillor I had indicating was Councillor Phil Turner. So can you unmute Councillor Turner so they can be heard uninterrupted? Thank you.
Right, Chairman, I've got a number of points I need clarifying. Tonight's meeting has thrown up a lot of issues. So if you bear with me, I'll go through them. I mean, the first one has been mentioned is why the rush for this this application. It seems like we're getting ourselves in a right old pickle. Forget about whether you like the development or not. Let's take it on planning grounds. The town centre, rightly or wrongly, has been said it's going to have a master plan, and therefore it becomes a development zone. So the first question I'd like to know is why the rush? Why are we moving this forward? Because there's a lot of holes in this application that seems to need to be plugged. And why wouldn't we just wait for the applications to come forward so we had the basket of applications that we could then do a full downtown study on? Can somebody answer that?
Councillor Turner, we're going to come in and I'm going to get officers to go through each of the questions that have been asked. If you could go through all your points, I will then get officers to come back and cover each of those. Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Okay, so the other one then, let's go through the holes. Let's go through these step by step. The waste isn't finished yet. And this is why it's giving rise. I mean, the residents don't like this, probably because it's high rise, and who can blame them? But when you look at a lot of these mitigating factors that you're putting up, you can't blame them for thinking there's something untoward here. That something smacks of being not quite right. And waste is a good example. The waste, yet we don't have a waste strategy. We have sort of these bins being thrown in, but what is the waste strategy? And you'll come back and say, yeah, what we've got now is a good framework and that just needs to be finalised. Well, that's not good enough. You know, this is a major development. And before you put the ink on the final dotted line, we should have those I's dotted and T's crossed. Then there's the footprint. When I look at the footprint of the building, it doesn't look like it's within the existing footprint currently. Is that true or false? I couldn't see anything in the report that suggests that it's bigger or smaller. So what's happening? Are we encroaching on Basildon Town Centre management land? Is that going to be used up? So I guess we're going to start talking about CPO. And okay, if the Labour-led administration want to CPO it, you've got the votes at the moment. That would be an absolute no-no for a Conservative. Is the applicant aware of that? Because that will be a rug from under his feet when we get in May. Then you look at this 10% reduction. Now, this is an absolute doozy, right? So, such a red herring. What we've been asked to believe is you take out the lobby or the corridor and you can use that space elsewhere, or you don't need it at all. No, that's rubbish. The design standards, they don't say, well, you've got to have a lobby and you've got to have this and that. That's a living space, that's the kitchen. That is rubbish. You know, this is misdirection and it's disingenuous. And this is coming from professional officers. Outrageous. What the design standard says is here are the dimensions, the minimum dimensions, and incidentally, our emerging plan does carry a sizable amount of weight on that. So to be fobbed off with saying you don't need the lobby, so therefore you don't need the space, and well, we haven't adopted our local plan yet. You know, this is unbelievable from professional officers. Outrageous. The space there is designed to give you a good design standard. Whether you want to use it as a lobby or for your living space is besides the point. So to say you haven't got a lobby, you don't need it, this is a red herring. The 10% reduction should be adhered to. And what's more, it's in our local emerging plan. Now, the social housing element has already been mentioned. The right to buy there, the presumption that buy to rent should offer this by default, that's a non-starter, isn't it? If you haven't got that, you don't start development. And that should have been made clear to the applicant, who incidentally would know these rules and guidelines and procedures much better than any of us, and I dare say much better than our officers. So they would have come into that. So what have we said? We're going to back off of that. After all the talk, and let's be honest, you know, we had this big paraphernalia about your leader going up to talk to London Newham Council and all the others, saying don't send your tenants down here to rent. Well, guess what? He's just built 3 tower blocks for them. And we haven't got any social housing for our tenants. Unless what, you're going to turn around and buy it off them. Yeah, the developer would love that. You're going to go and rent their tower block for them. That's a license to print money. How sensible is that? It just doesn't beg belief. So the affordable element, now, don't get me wrong. If you want to make this a development with no social housing, yeah, I could go along with that. But then you get the commuted sum that is equivalent to what you're giving up. And the money that we've been offered is something like 2% of the development cost. Well, I can't the developer's sitting there saying, I can't believe this, because Basildon are basically lay down and be the doormat that he's wiping his feet on. Because at the end of it, the legacy is this. They walk away with the investment, and no disrespect to Orwell, I think if they're the same company that's doing Eastgate, they're a reputable company, but they are a development company. They will walk away, leaving us with a legacy of people who knows who is going to occupy those flats. And I dare say there will be some Basildon residents, but you will get a lot of migration. You know that. And in they'll come, we'll inherit all the antisocial issues, whatever they may be. And yes, I dare say they'll be managed really well, but it won't stop those issues. And those issues will come thick and fast, and we'll be the ones left holding the baby. The other thing, transport study. Now, if you had waited for this to be a package under a master plan, a grand plan that was finalised, then Essex could have very well gone and done their transport study. Has anybody asked C2C? Because the lady that spoke or sent an email in about the transport, she's absolutely right, and we know she's right. And we know that Essex will have some grave concerns about transport. And one of them will be the parking. Okay, this is an urban area, and we know our planners, for whatever reason, don't think that you need parking. You can be a kilometre away from the town centre. We've had it recently, and they say you don't need parking. Well, that isn't the real world. Yeah, that might be in the future, but right now, people will expect car parking. And we've got it down at Cherrydown. You know, they're parking all over the place because we didn't need parking. We got told that, and it is rubbish. So to actually compromise on the parking that we've got in this development is unreal, and it is unreal, and we know it is. And again, I've said before, what we create is an atmosphere and an environment of misery. And it won't just be the residents that have to put up with this in the settled community. It will be the misery of the tenants that occupy those flats when they can't park their car and get all sorts of issues coming from it. And we create tensions and anxiety in our community. And this is what we buy because we're not strong enough with the developers that come and bang on our door. And then you've got Essex costs. Now, as Carol Morris said, whose costs are those? Have they been agreed with Essex? Because I understand that Essex have written strongly objecting to the costs that are put in that report. Why have we done that? Again, if they're not Essex costs and we're being misled, that's a massive error of judgment. And I can't stress that too much. If those costs aren't agreed with Essex and aren't brought into Essex and aren't from their formula, then who's come up with them? Whose dream is that? These are the points that I think are the material ones that have come out tonight, Chairman. And we need to answer each individual one of these because this application is absolutely huge. I can't think that we've had an application like this. Maybe they did when they started off Basildon, but certainly not in my tenure. Of material considerations, I think if we don't get some answers on these points, then the judgment tonight, not just mine, not just my vote, whether we agree or reject it, the judgment of all of the councillors will be unsound. And as I say, I think there's more than enough holes in here. I don't understand the rush for this. This looks like a half-baked application where there's a lot more homework to do. And yeah, I can forgive residents wanting to know, why is that? Why is everybody bending over backwards when we could have had a lot more time? So if you can go through each of those points, I would listen intently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Do I have any other members of the committee wishing to speak on this item? No? Well, with that then, I will go to our group leaders. I believe I'll come to Councillor Headley first and ask if he wishes to speak. Councillor Headley, do you wish to speak? No?
Not at this time. Thank you, Chairman. I think the three Conservative councillors and Councillor David Tats has made a number of pertinent points, and I look forward to the committee rejecting this application.
Thank you, Councillor Headley. I hope that wasn't whipping. I'll now move on to Councillor Curry-Smith, I believe wishes to speak as Leader of the Independents.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me? Is it possible I can get the video on, please? There we go. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't go over some of the points made by other members tonight because they've saved me a lot of trouble, particularly from the opposition. They've made some good points. I think we need some conditions definitely applied. With Cherry down there at Morello Quarter, there's a restriction on there to stop the residents applying for Kingswood parking permits. So whether this committee tonight says this application's got permission or not, if it goes to appeal, it will get appeal. So it's important that condition is applied, because 69 parking spaces is a complete joke and a complete disgrace. And that is the cause of John Prescott with his silly Millennium Villages, where you can put an application in a town centre, have no parking spaces, and if you refuse that planning, it goes to appeal and it loses. So it's nothing as a committee we can do. It's law, planning laws of the country. I appreciate, I understand that. But we have to put that condition in that the people living in this block cannot get a Kingswood resident parking permit. That is one thing we can do. I have questions. We have seen since the creation of Morello Quarter, recently the Trafford House under permitted development and other developments, primary schools in the neighbouring ward that I represent, as the local county councillor, I get besieged by people whose property shares a boundary with Kingswood Primary School and they cannot get their child in there. And it's absolutely outrageous that we cannot find a way of extending that school, or possibly a new primary school within the boundaries of the town centre, because that's what we're going to need in the long run. Maybe not with this application, but of the overall package. Gilgrove and Kingswood primary schools cannot take the strain. And as we've seen, these developers are exploiting planning law, as we have seen, knowing that they don't need to put parking spaces in. They don't need to excavate deeper. That's eaten into their profits. And as a result, people are going to have a job to get to school. So we've got to get that right, because there will be people with children living there, and it's important they get to a good local primary and possibly secondary school. It's very important. I have a question for the civil servant, the planning officer, Christine Loynes. The nearest secondary school with capacity is in the two sites in Pitsea and Vange. What provisions can we do to accommodate the transport there? Because that's what I envisage to happen, because Woodlands is at its capacity, and obviously other nearby secondary schools are at their capacity, but the Basildon Academy does have capacity. And I think in planning laws, if we try to argue on funding for a secondary school place, they're covered by that point, because the academy has capacity. My next point really is that what are we going to do about an aerial ladder platform? Now, my former colleague on the Fire Authority, Councillor Headley, who chaired it, both he and I have a view on it. And as Councillor Headley pulled me up at a Policy and Resources Committee, said there's an aerial ladder platform nearby in Thurrock. Well, I think after the terrible pictures we saw from Grenfell, no matter how good this design is in this post-Grenfell world, I think at Basildon Fire Station, there should be an area ladder platform unit there. And I wonder through yourself, Madam Chairman, can we put a condition to make this developer pay a contribution towards it? It's an important piece of equipment. Even if it's only used once a year to train firefighters on, it's there on the footprint of the town. So it's very, very important. And just to conclude, Madam Chairman, I hope Christine Loynes can answer all of the questions raised tonight, because they've, regardless of who's asked them, they've been very, very important. I know if this application fails, they will win on appeal, because when you read into planning law, we don't have the powers to turn it down. So just on that point, Could, through your chair, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman, could Christine Lyons tell us what would be the expected cost if we lost this on appeal? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Like I said at the beginning, I'm going to go through, I'm allowing each councillor to have their say uninterrupted. Then officers are going to come back looking at those points and answer the questions that have been raised. I just want to come back to Councillor Fellows, as I said I would, to clarify whether or not he wishes to speak now. No. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fellows. I have one other group leader. I've got Councillor Callaghan wishing to speak. Could you please unmute Councillor Callaghan? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I begin by addressing what I think are a couple of myths in this application that we're debating this evening. The first is that we need to deal with the realities around build to rent. I don't think there is any councillor from any political party that thinks that the current laws around build to rent are good enough, particularly around the fact that under build to rent law that has been passed since 2015 by David Cameron, Theresa May and Boris Johnson, build to rent properties do not have to meet national space standards and they do not have to meet affordable housing standards. Now, I think that's wrong, so much so that I met with one of our 3 MPs in the borough and I raised that with him 18 months ago. It never went anywhere. We as councillors cannot change the law when it comes to build to rent policy and national space standards. We need our MPs to stand up and do it. And I think every single councillor that either is having a vote tonight or is here to speak would say very clearly that if there's a law that could be changed, build to rent should be changed so that every single unit must meet national space standards. In their wisdom, the former Prime Minister David Cameron and the current Prime Minister Boris Johnson believed that that wasn't a priority and it didn't need to change. I also think that we need to talk about green space, and I've heard a couple of people here talk about it and I've heard it come up from members of the public. The reality is there is no green space on the current site that is being debated this evening. What we are talking about is adding green space to that site tonight. So if you are somebody who wants there to be more green space in the town centre, then you should be, I would suggest, welcoming some parts of this proposal tonight that does that. I've said it previously, I think it is wrong that we had 55 different landowners and that this particular site was in the hands of a pension fund that were not interested in actually bringing regeneration forward. And it is welcome that we now have somebody who wants to engage with the council and invest significant sums of money into Basildon. On the issue of highways, myself and the deputy leader of the council went to County Hall in September 2019 to discuss the new road network that is adjoining this development around Cherry Down and then onto the section in front of the bus station. And at that time, we invited Councillor Kevin Bentley to come to Basildon so we could talk him through all of our proposals for what the town centre was starting to develop and look like. He has never come to Basildon to take us up on that offer. And I say very clearly, if the Highways Department wants to play an active part in this, then the council's ready and willing to work with the Highways Department and cabinet members to play an active part in this as well. I think it's welcome that the consultations that will run throughout the summer, and let's not forget, we were, as an administration, very keen to see public pre-applications put out in front of us, something I know hasn't happened with the waste incinerator that is coming to Pitsea if the county council get their way. We didn't have a public pre-app on that. We have had public pre-apps on this and other major applications coming forward. And one of the things that I note from the slides that were presented by Gordon earlier on is around the balconies. And that is an addition. And that was something that councillors, particularly Councillor Brockman, raised in those meetings to say that she wanted to be included in the design, and they have. And again, I think it's important to note why. It's because this application goes further than the government recommendations on fire. So this fully takes on board the recommendations of the Grenfell inquiry, something that the government didn't put into the fire regs previously. So this application actually goes further than those regulations. And the final thing that I would like to say this evening, Madam Chair, is, and I have to be honest with you, there is an undertone in some of the comments that is made, which I think is pretty nasty in terms of what is really at the heart of it. But this thing about London boroughs and the dog whistles from London boroughs that are being blown, it is being done purposely because the experienced councillors that are making those comments know, because they will have read this application cover to cover, I'm sure. They know there is a section 106 agreement in this planning application that says there is not a single other local authority that can take any of these units and use them for social renting. So it doesn't matter if it's Thurrock on one side, Castle Point on the other, or if it is any of the London boroughs, or frankly, any other council in the United Kingdom, they cannot come in and rent any of these properties because of the section 106 agreement that is in this planning application. Now, I'm confident councillors who have read the application cover to cover will know that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I come to our officers to answer questions, I just want to check those councillors that have not yet spoken, whether or not they wish to do so before I just come to our officers. I don't see anybody else indicating that haven't spoken already, so I'm now going to turn over. Could you please unmute Christine Lyons and Charles, so they can both cover the questions that have been raised by members of the public and by the councillors that have spoken thus far uninterrupted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, members. It's been a long evening, and apologise for the IT issues we had earlier on. Let's hope that won't happen again. So let's just go through a number of those points being raised, just a bit of clarity. Let me just go through the point that Councillor Turner made on the why the rush. The process of putting together regen strategy is over here, and the planning process sits here. What we can't do is the fact that we are given timescales to operate the planning process with the and that's set out by the central government, and we have to operate within that. We entered into a planning performance agreement with the developers, and that set a date for the determination of the application. The application has taken into consideration parts of what we're trying to aim in terms of the vision for the town centre going forward, and the and as set out in the report, the strategy itself at the moment has no actual weight in the planning process, but the vision is what we can look at as part of that planning process. So we haven't rushed this application at all. The application has been dealt with in terms of the requirements that are set out for us and the agreed requirements with the developer. So we have gone through the process correctly. We have gone through formal pre-app, and we've then approached the application, and we've now reached a date for determination of that application. If we now hold that application up, Councillor Turner, we will be in a position where there can be appeal for non-determination, and non-determination is not a position that we want to be in as a local planning authority, and that doesn't make for good planning, because the points that you've made now, and we've discussed and we've managed to deal with, have not been would not be addressed. So for that particular reason, we haven't rushed it. We have gone through the normal planning processes. The cost of appeal, the appeal costs, if we ended up at appeal for non-determination for this council, and it's not in consideration of whether or not we deal with the application today or not, the appeal cost would probably be in the region of 250,000 plus. So that's the risk the council takes, but that's not, and I've said this before to Councillor Turner, that's not a reason for making the wrong decision, and that's very clear about that. So in terms of mitigating factors, I mean, you're quite right. We are looking at issues around a more globalised position on waste strategy. We're looking at energy strategies as well across the town centre, actually across parts of the borough, and those are being formulated at the moment. We are retrofitting, we are seeking to allow for retrofitting of this scheme with requirements for waste and power if we then look at a more centralised system. So these will be retrofit, there will be ability to retrofit those back in should that come as part of the process. And in terms of waste strategy, that is generally dealt with by condition. We have an indication of where the waste bins are, how they then implement the waste requirements for that. The waste management is set out in the plan anyway. So I think we've dealt with that one. In terms of the footprint, the red line is what we're dealing with under planning, and that's what the and we've dealt with the application through the red line process. As far as I'm aware, there is no BTCM land involved with this application. So therefore, as far as I'm aware, the red line is part of the application site. Charles will have a bit more information on that. So if Charles can deal with that point in a minute, we can deal with that one. In terms of the reduction in the floor space, we haven't adopted national space standards. It forms part of our emerging plan, but actually so at the moment it's how we use the national space standard, nationally approved space standards. And in terms of this development, the developer has indicated how the developments can come forward and how the unit sizes are acceptable, and we've taken that as a good proposal for high quality living in terms of the other space that is within those units themselves. In terms of infrastructure, Charles is going to deal with infrastructure, but I can deal with the highway work that both yourself and Councillor Morris have referred to. There was some modelling done for the 2012 master plan, and that modelling takes the town centre figures up to 2,128, which we haven't hit that number of units yet. We sit below that. So as such, the modelling that's been undertaken to date, can I turn my camera off? Sorry, because it's come back. The modelling undertaken to date that match 2012 shows that this development will have no additional impact on that modelling because those figures sit within that 2012 figure of 2,128. The additional modelling that the County Council have referred to, and obviously Councillor Morris has been speaking to councillors at that county, relate to actually modelling that we've asked for. It's not about County Council modelling. We have paid for the modelling and we have asked for that modelling. And that is for two reasons. It's not actually about increasing the highways. It's actually the opposite. We are seeking to remove the highway from the highway network. We're looking to downgrade the highways to make sure that it's more usable going forward, and also to take away some of the what is like the bracelet around the town centre in terms of those 3 and 4 lane tracks of highway. So actually the highway ambitions of that work will actually be to downgrade the highway. It will not be to increase the highway. So therefore the work that County referring to, the modelling, is work that we've asked for two reasons. One reason is to look at delivering the housing numbers that are coming through the current plan, and secondly they're to deal with the increased numbers that the development, the town centre could deliver, and that could get, and that those figures are what have been bandied around previously. And the capacity for the town centre as a whole is about 7,000 units. We're never going to reach that in this plan period, and I would say it will be a long way before you get to that figure. So that's why the highway. So in terms of this application meets the highway requirements set out in the 2012 master plan, and the modelling that was done with that, and the requirements for that work have already been undertaken, and they've been set out in the planning report that you've got in front of you. The points that Councillor Smith made about fire safety, obviously we have done quite a lot of work on fire safety, because obviously this application is coming at the time when the Grenfell inquiry is on, and the last thing any of us want as a local planning authority or a council or councillors is the fact that we haven't dealt with that matter correctly. So we, as an additional part of our normal planning process, we actually instructed a specialist fire expert to review the scheme and to review the comments we've had from Essex Fire, and also to review the comments from the fire safety officers from the applicant's scheme. And the report says that there is no we wouldn't have to change anything as part of the planning process, and it would dealt with through Gateway 2 as part of the building regs approval work. So as far as we're concerned as a local planning authority and as a council, we are content with the work that's been done to date. Councillor Smith, I'm afraid we weren't requested by Essex Fire for that high level platform, so therefore we could not seek any contributions towards that. I'll let Charles deal with the education contribution issues. The height matter, Councillor Rimmer, that is dealt with to quite. I think that is dealt with quite well in the report, and page 74, 75, 76, and 77, and 78, 79. They do go on to, and parts of 80. They do go on quite. They do explain very well the how we've got to a stage where the development is acceptable in heritage terms, and I think the report does deal with that very well, and there's less substantial harm, and therefore we've dealt with that point very clearly in the report, and I'm quite content with that, as was the lawyers that reviewed the application. So there's no risk for the council on that point. Charles is going to do with education, so I'll leave that to Charles. Those are the points that I dealt with. Charles, can you do all the education point? Is that all right, please?
Yeah, certainly. So as members will be aware from the report and the two enclosures which provide the developer's financial viability appraisal and the council's independent review, which was done by BMP, the scheme has challenging viability. As you would expect, there are a number of infrastructure demands arising from development of this size, such as school places, healthcare, sustainable transport, employment and skills. And we've essentially worked on a blended approach to Section 106 contributions to ensure that each infrastructure demand receives some level of contribution. This was considered to be the most fair and reasonable approach when a scheme is not able to meet the contribution in full. Yeah, I mean, going forward, we'll be seeking contributions on all large-scale schemes, which will ensure that the infrastructure pot continues to grow. So hopefully that provides a little bit of information just on the approach generally to Section 106 contributions. Just with regard to the concerns about potential letting of units to other local authorities. On page 108 of the agenda, I think it is, one of the proposed Section 106 obligations requires the developer to agree that the units will not be sold or rented to other management groups, social housing providers or local authorities, apart from Basildon or Sempra. So hopefully that provides a little bit of comfort there. And there's also a marketing strategy which requires a priority marketing for those who live or work in the borough for the first 3 months, and thereafter to prioritise residents who live or work in the borough. That's on page 108. And just with regard to Councillor Smith's concerns about parking permits, again, that is covered within the proposed Section 106 heads of terms. Again, on page 108, so secure restrictions preventing future residents from obtaining parking permits for any controlled parking zone unless the occupant is the holder of a disabled person's badge. So I hope that covers some of the points. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that Thomas, you want to come in to cover some of the points raised?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to add a further clarification to one of the points raised by Councillor Turner, you were asking about the red line boundary, Councillor Turner, and that the footprint of the proposed development being sort of greater than what would appear to be the correct boundary. Just to let you know, there was a former report that went up in front of P&R. I regret I don't have the exact details to hand immediately, but I can come back to you on that. But suffice to say, there was a minor area of land that was required to square up the boundary for the proposed footprint development. It was reported through P&R. There was a minor value attributed to that. And I know that members fully discussed and agreed to that ultimately. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Rimmer was at that meeting, so I'm sure he can confirm that. At the moment, I've got a couple of councillors indicating. I can see Councillor Turner wants to come back. I had Councillor Morris who indicated before you though, Phil, so I will come back to you, but I'm going to allow. Thank you, Councillor Morris. Could you unmute Councillor Morris, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When we had a report back about the things that we'd said before, I know nobody either agreed with or disagreed with my statement that Essex County Council Education put in an objection to this application. So you may wish to get someone to come back on that. The other thing I'd like to comment on is Councillor Callaghan made a great issue about people reading the report from cover to cover. Had he done so himself, he might have read on page 67 that the officer has written that the MPPF states that affordable housing on build-to-rent schemes should be provided by default. Now, is he perhaps saying that the officer's got this wrong, or is it he who's got it wrong?
I'm just going to bring in Councillor Lyons, Christine Lyons. I'm not quite sure, Councillor Morris, that you understand what that means by provided by default. So I'm going to get her to come in and explain. Thank you.
And I first deal with that point about the objection. The Education Authority cannot object to a planning application. Contributions that are sought by the Education Authority, and if you look at the Essex Developer Guide, it is merely a guide. And if you look at the contents of that, it is a guide that sets out levels of infrastructure, that if it was a level playing field and all the schemes were completely viable, and you looked at the maximum, and that's like our infrastructure delivery plan, that's the maximum that these schemes could deliver. That would be it. And what it does, it goes on to say that they're subject to viability. So therefore, the Education Authority is not allowed to object because they've got no grounds to object. What they've asked for contributions that we've then gone through the blended approach, as Charles made it very clear, and we've looked at where contributions should sit across that blended approach. If you look at the terms of the 106 agreement as well, the 106 agreement asks for a late stage review of the development, which means that we will revisit the contributions that set out in the scheme at points in time when the scheme is completed. And also there's an additional one we've added for the build to rent delivery model that says that if the typology changes, so if it becomes a build for sale scheme at any time in the future, we will revisit especially the education contributions at that point, because therefore the viability of that scheme would have changed. So in that instance, Education Authority cannot object. We've dealt with the Education Authority's requirements. We haven't said that we've looked at what they've requested. To say we only had £2.4 million of contributions that we could seek from the scheme, and the scheme has been tested through both our own viability consultant, that was BMP, and also Essex County Council's own viability officer, James Pinnock, actually looked through the scheme, and he was quite surprised that I'd managed to get a figure of 2.4 million out of the development as for contributions, because as he was concerned, the scheme was not viable. So therefore, I think we've done very well as a local authority to have retrieved that amount of contributions from the early part of a regeneration scheme. In terms of what you're saying about the affordable housing, what it does say is what provision of affordable housing is build to rent development expected to provide. The National Policy Framework states affordable housing on build to rent schemes should be provided by default in the form of affordable private rent. It doesn't say in default, it's how it's delivered. And it's delivered in that format. So it's not saying that it has to be delivered, it's what format it's delivered in. So it has to be in a built for rent and a class of affordable housing specially designed for built to rent. So that means that we can't ask for something different, which again makes affordable housing, the built to rent, not an idealized offer, because then you're looking at it's got its own process, and that's a discounted discounted rent, and that's based on the rent of the units themselves. So if the units are £1,000 to rent a month, the discounted market rent is 20% of that, so it would be £800 a month, and that is above what we'd be looking at in terms of our own process for affordable rent going forward for our own schemes. So therefore, in terms of the affordability of those units, they technically aren't affordable in terms of that social housing affordability. However, we have put as we've gone through, we have put a clause on that deals with that point of affordable housing. Should the type or tenure change in the future, then we can readdress the affordable housing proportion of the site if it comes back as built as a for sale scheme going forward. Has that dealt with those two matters, Councillor Morris?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to bring back Councillor Turner indicated. I have seen you, Councillor Rimmer. I will bring you back in, but Councillor Turner was next. Could you please unmute Councillor Turner so it can be heard uninterrupted? Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, it would be handy if we're unmuted when we're going through these points, because this is going to take a lot longer than just having a dialogue. It's sensible to do it that way. So let me start by thanking the Director for pointing out the obvious. Whether that went to policy and resources is by the way. That should have been in the report. It isn't. It's as simple as that. That's a material consideration, and we should have known about it. It's the only point I think that I've got clarity on. I don't accept the waste is somebody else's problem, and we can deal with that after this application. That's not acceptable. That should be part of it. And the fact that, if we hadn't determined this, it would have gone undetermined and gone to the inspector. No, it wouldn't, because if you have a development zone, as you have here, you can tell the developer it'll be brought forward as part of the development zone. So am I being too simple on this? Or you tell me whether that's not, perhaps you can unmute Mrs. Lyons so we can have this dialogue.
Councillor Turner, if you make each of your points.
No, it doesn't work that way, Chairman.
Councillor Turner, that is the way we run this meeting. You may make your points and then I'll bring back the officer.
Is the meeting is going to be run poorly by you, because all that's going to happen is we're going to go backwards and forwards. The waste is not somebody else's problem. You as planning officers should have dealt with this. You should have dealt with it, and you should have done all you can to finalise that, not leave it for somebody to do it afterwards, because afterwards is too late. When you go through the 10% reduction, I listened to Councillor Callaghan, and it's all the nasty Tories' fault, isn't it? He mentioned Cameron, he mentioned May, he mentioned Boris. Actually, who brought these planning regs in? It wasn't a Conservative government. As Councillor Smith said, the parking was Prescott. But he's wrong. Again, it's disingenuous and it's misleading. We have the ability to apply those standards to a development. We have that ability. And basically what Callaghan is saying is, yeah, screw Basildon. Because that's what we're doing. We haven't done the job properly. We're screwing over the Basildon resident. We're screwing over Basildon. We're making the big problems for ourselves. And on the one, and this is the funniest thing, there's a 106 that says people in London can't come down and rent those properties. Yeah? Okay, you try and enforce it. And I tell you what, I'll put money on it. Let's have a look at it in 5 years' time and see where those inhabitants came from. As I said before, yeah, you'll get Basildon residents go there, but there's going to be migration. And that is what we're being asked to do. We've been asked to put our hand up for an application that doesn't meet our standards, doesn't meet the criteria that we lay down, and we've mitigated that. Yeah, we can get around that because that isn't in the guidelines. That's because that is opinion and subjectivity of our officers. We're moving forward with an application that is half-baked. The social housing, as I said before, absolutely. If you don't want to put social housing in this development, that's great. So let's have a fair rate for it. And you know what? It's not 2.5 million. Yeah, because you're going to spend that on county. So why are we compromising? And this thing on viability, if it's not viable, guess what? It doesn't get built. Simple as that. And what we're being led to believe is the benefits of having this wonderful development outweigh all the negativity, outweighs. not getting social housing for Basildon people outweighs who knows what on waste, outweighs who knows what on accommodation sizes. Nobody answered the C2C. I guess C2C is just going to take it or leave it. We'll be cramming them in like they do in Japan, where you've got people on the platforms piling your commuters in so that they can get them in before they shut the door. The parking wasn't answered, because the parking is another area where we deem it acceptable. Yeah, guys, this is underperformance again. And yeah, I'm just going to tape it because it's the same old every time. We've convinced ourselves, or officers have convinced themselves, that this is the right scheme for Basildon residents. Yeah, and the Essex costs, I think that is absolutely laughable. I'll paraphrase, but what you've basically done is you've taken the money that they've deemed is right to give us, and you've said, right, this part of Essex can have that, that part of Essex can have that. There's been no consultation, nothing in the way of saying to the officers, this is what I'm going to do. You've just shoved it in the report, and this is the first time they've seen it. How very professional, full of integrity. That's great. It's as bad as Councillor Callaghan saying, I've invited Kevin Bentley down to look at our road network. Well, that guy's head of policy for roads. He doesn't actually go back and do the master plan and work out the transportation links and everything like that. We're being misdirected by the politicians, and you as officers, you should be able to stand up and do the professional job you are paid to do. This is not professional. This is screw Basildon, screw its residents, and who cares what comes tomorrow? Well, I'm not going to get any answers, and I'm getting tired of having to say that this is not the job that we are here to do. Let me appeal direct to members. You know, forget the whipping. I don't go for that. I don't get whipped. I don't suppose you do. You're under no obligation to approve this party lines. You cannot look at this and with your hand on your heart say that this is the scheme that you think is going to make Basildon Town Centre. Something needs to be done with Basildon Town Centre, admittedly. This is not the scheme. Guys, where we go from this, I don't know. We shouldn't be approving it tonight. And that's not because people don't like the design of the high rise. It's because it's not the right scheme. It's not been thought through. And the thoughts that come out of that application are not good enough for our residents. And that's the way it should be planned. I think you need to go back and look at the reports you're writing and stop being the developer's friend, because that's what we've got here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. I just want to bring back in Mrs. Lyons, and I think we're bringing back in legal as well. So I'll go over to Mrs. Lyons first of all.
Councillor Turner, the point on the refuse collection, we're not leaving it all to condition. Set out page 98, paragraph 5.189, we go through the strategy for for how the refuse is going to be dealt with on site, and it's dealt with on site. I can read that paragraph for you if you want. And there's set out on a plan above that where the relevant bin collection points will be. The waste management strategy is about whether or not they seek to utilise the council's waste management strategy, or they actually seek management company, or they seek a private management company. That's what they have to provide us with. The issue with actually how we future-proof the development for what we would look at as some sort of extraction option, whether that's vacuum or however, is to ensure that that is future-proof within the developments going forwards. So that's the point of which we'd also ask for some further clarification on. The point on car parking, I mean, car parking is dealt with very quite heavily within the report itself, and obviously it's a town centre site, and therefore the government NPPF says to us the fact that we need to look very carefully at town centre locations and not to look heavily at relying on the car, and that goes basically with all we're trying to do in terms of sustainable transport going forwards. So the scheme has got limited car parking, and any schemes that are going to come forward to the town from the town centre will have limited car parking, and that will go from 0 up to about 1.1, 1.2 parking spaces per unit. that is the minimums that we can seek in those locations. So I can't say much more than that. All I can say, though, is the fact that at paragraph 5.154, we did have a case where we did challenge the parking, and basically the inspector found that it set out in that paragraph. It says the site is located in the town centre and within 5 minutes walk of the bus and rail station with easy access to shops and local services. Given the high public transport accessibility of the site and its location in the heart of the town centre, the demand for parking of the appeal site is not likely to be high. Nonetheless, there's a multi-storey car park next to the site, and the council's car parking town centre master plan parking strategy indicates a surplus over 1,000 car parking spaces within the town centre. I'm also mindful that the use offices, or indeed the 99 flats permitted, would require a greater number of car parking spaces than required by the appeal proposal. Overall, there's no evidence to indicate the proposal would prejudicial to highway safety. Indeed, the provision of housing units with dedicated parking in accessible location would be in line with transport objectives of the NPPF framework. So there, basically, an inspector has already looked at the issues of parking in our town centre and has made that assessment. And that was in 2016. I mean, we've come on an awful lot more since 2016 in terms of zero parking or low parking provision. So based on that, and also the work that we are doing ourselves on the local cycling walking infrastructure plan, and the work we're doing with county on sustainable transport and public transport, that all points towards a sustainable location, which the town centre has got to be. So therefore, the parking provision set out in the application is of an acceptable level, that we could not use the lack of parking as a reason for refusal, in this case, Councillor Turner. So in that instance, I think that we dealt with parking in about 5 pages in the report that clearly set our position out very strongly. Thank you very much. I've dealt with those 2 points.
Thank you. If I can just deal with the section 106 agreement in terms of occupancy. On page 108 of the report, we will have obviously a legally binding section 106 agreement, which will set out the occupancy in terms of local residents, and also to ensure that the units will not be sold or rented to other management groups, social housing providers, or local authorities apart from Basildon and SEMPRA, and they will be the terms on which the section 106 agreement is entered into. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, I've got legal to look at your proposal, so they're just dealing with that, just to reassure you that someone is looking at that for you right now. Whilst they're looking at that, I'm going to bring Councillor Rimmer in, who indicated earlier. Councillor Rimmer, can you unmute Councillor Rimmer, please, so that he can be heard uninterrupted? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can confirm I was at the Policy and Resources Committee when that matter was discussed. Obviously, we weren't looking at a planning application at that stage either. Looking at this, I did raise concerns about the design and how sympathetic it was to what we already have in the built environment and the heritage of the new town, and how actually adjustments had been made to the cinema design in that respect, whilst this particular building and how it is designed in terms of the exterior could be just plonked anywhere. And I had concerns about that. So it would be good if that point could be addressed. In terms of the disabled car parking, I acknowledged that questions from the technical committee had been answered, but I did ask a further question about how we could be sure that only blue badge holders would actually be using them. In terms of other questions in relation to this height of the building, it is clearly about 6 meters taller in totality than Brook House, which is considerably higher, and also it has extra bulk in the sense that it isn't on legs like Brook House is, so you don't have that sort of openness. And obviously, if you were just talking about floor to ceiling, the difference is 10 meters in actual height. So I think that is quite considerably taller and will have considerably more of an impact. And I think there is something to be said for actually what are we doing in terms of diminishing Brook House as a you know, a listed building and an iconic building in Basildon Town Centre. And what about the sunlight and how actually the amount of shade in the sunlight report is actually affecting the square and some of the shops around there? I'm also concerned about noise level for the actual residents who are going to be in there. We are actually proposing to move a pub and a nightclub, which were actually far enough away from residential areas, to an area with residents. And we're saying that the nightclub will only have ambient noise for residents. That does actually sound slightly unbelievable. I'm not questioning the integrity of officers in any way, shape or form. I just don't understand how a nightclub will only have ambient noise for residents. And it just, I think maybe there has to actually be looked at in terms of the noise impact study again. There's been so many great questions and concerns that have been raised by fellow councillors and visiting councillors and members of the public. I appreciate not all of them would have been able to have been answered in full. Councillor Callaghan raised a concern for me because of, and when the officers answered this, it also was a little bit of a concern, because I understand that this authority under this administration is obviously seeking to create a unitary authority with other authorities. And so if it's being defined as Basildon residents, or only we could use it for social housing purposes, would that be tight enough? But if we were to become a much larger authority, that social housing wouldn't be brought in from outside of the borough as it's defined now? Or would the definition itself be agile or flexible enough that it includes the whole of whatever the new authority may be? And actually mean that some of that 2,000 people on that list who may have benefited if there was social housing provision, we could actually find themselves lower on the list if we were actually to combine with other authorities. I don't think I accept some of the figures that have been plucked out of thin air on the affordable housing of this. I get what the definition of the default was in terms of the 20%. And when I say that, it was an example was given £1,000 rent at the market rate. So it wasn't anything more than that. A resident actually spoke earlier and talked about a market rate of £800 rent, and that being discounted to £640 a month. And actually, I thought it would have actually been interesting to actually see what we did think would be the market rent and what would be the affordable rent. Even something, however unaffordable it may seem to some residents, is actually giving some provision and some people a step into having their own accommodation. But again, you know, is this space acceptable at 10% less than the national space standards? The design as it is. I appreciate all the officers' answers. I have read the report, and I quite understand why they're referring me to the report. But obviously, it's up to us to deliberate on that report and give weight to different aspects based on what we have been told. And in this respect, I just feel that the developers need to go back to the drawing board and actually come back with a proposal that's more sympathetic to our town centre, that's more sympathetic to a home working aspect that one of the residents actually raised in the written representation, to say that with, you know, that space is going to be needed more than ever. And the challenges if they've got children, they might be homeschooling and homeworking in a space that's 10% lower than the national space standard. And how can we classify that as high quality living? It is beyond me. Roof garden does look nice, I'll give it that. And there are some other positive aspects to this development for sure, as I've said before, and I've mentioned them before. So it's not a complete downer on it. I would just expect to see those questions answered. I'd expect to see a better development coming back to us at another time. And I think we should say no and ask them to continue working with officers to come up with a much better development.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. I've got Councillor Morris waiting. Legal are dealing with something that Carol wants to propose in a moment. Whilst that's been sorted completely, I've got Thomas, your hand has been up for quite a while to come back in and cover some of the points that Councillor Turner and Councillor Rimmer have made. So could we please unmute Thomas so that you can come in and speak uninterrupted? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to try and clarify a point that both Councillor Morris and Councillor Turner were referring to regarding the county's comments. Just to sort of help, we have been in discussions with them quite extensively over the last month, and particularly leading up to this report coming up in front of you all. And just to let you know, and just to reassure you that those discussions have taken place between myself and the Director of Sustainable Growth at County Council, and we have been able to address those points as outlined by Christine Lyons this evening. So I just wanted to reaffirm that for you members, just to try and give you a bit of assurance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Tomasz. Okay, I believe, are we ready for Carol? Yeah. Okay, can you unmute Councillor Morris, please, so she can explain her motion?
Yes, Madam Chairman, what I'd like to do is suggest that instead of approving this application as recommended, we actually we vote on the proposal that this application is prejudicial to the planning of the area by reason of the lack of sustainability by way of the lack of contributions to various things such as education, the lack of quality due to the it being 10% below the national standards, and because by pressing ahead without a clear picture of future needs, we are disadvantaging the residents. Thank you.
Councillor Morris, you're going to need a seconder. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Turner has indicated that he seconds that. Councillor Turner, do you wish to say something to the motion? Yes. Can you please unmute Councillor Turner and remute Councillor Morris so that Councillor Turner can be heard uninterrupted? Thank you.
Look, guys, I'm not going to rehearse what I've just said, but there is enough here that warrants another look at this application. And as I said before, forget the politics and the uproar that this application is causing. The Conservatives recognise that we're outvoted, but if we're going to do Basildon right, it does mean that sometimes you have to take difficult decisions. And don't get me wrong, we've approved applications in the past against the public will, but we've done so on the planning grounds, the planning merits. There's enough here that we should say that this just isn't good enough. You know, what we've been presented does not meet our standards. And by that definition, we should send it back and ask Orwell and their associates to take another look at it. And while they're doing that, let's do some more homework ourselves on the transport. both on road and C2C. I accept the parking is a difficult one. But as I said before, that comes at the pre-application stage where you're discussing with partners about how much you're prepared to accept. We tolerate too much of this. But we should also go back round the social element. You know, we are doing Basildon an injustice and the residents an injustice if we're prepared to give up what we hold near and dear to our hearts, and that is the social housing element. We have been given a pittance for this, and we're allowing the developer to get away with it. There has to be a better way. Moves have been made on the height. You know, I'm not a great lover necessarily of Brook House, but in my time I did try to beautify it. Unfortunately, we got kicked out of office before we did that. But the fact is, Brook House is listed, and it's listed for a reason, and it comes under that jurisdiction. The 10 metres high, you know, foot to toe to foot that Councillor Rimmer has said is going to make a difference. It's going to define the heritage going forwards. Now, some people will accept that, some people won't. But, you know, we shouldn't be knocking down all what, and not what my party did, because remember, 50 years, for the most part of it, before we got in 2002, it was a Labour-led administration. All what you see is what your forefathers have given you. We don't need to approve this application tonight. We would be, I think residents would welcome us sending it back around the block one more time. And in doing so, we might just get a better application coming forward, better for the residents, better for us, better for the social housing. Maybe county could fare more. And we're not at war with county. And I'm speaking from past experience where I have been at war. We're not at war with county. You know, if Labour-led administration want to go to war with county because they're Conservative, let them do it. You as officers should be working with them to achieve the best outcomes for everybody. And that's the way it works. As has been said before for Phil Rackley, the NPPF sets out a guideline. It is not meant to be the rubber stamp where we just close our eyes and merrily pass this through. That is not what the NPPF is all about. You know, it says if you've got no good reasons, then there's no good reason to approve it. Well, here we are, we're talking about all these reasons. The 10% reduction. I don't want any resident of Basildon's living in a position where they're actually, you know, their mental health is being affected, because that's what you risk doing to them. Something needs to be done with Basildon, not just this area, but the whole of it. If we're going to do it, for God's sake, let's get it right, because this is the downside. In 30 years' time, as we did previously with Blue House, with 5 Links, with Craylands, yeah, all of that infrastructure that went up 30 years previously, we tore down and redeveloped. And if we don't get it right, in another 30 years, or maybe even less, we'll be redeveloping this. We've got rid of 2 tower blocks. If we're going to put anything in its place, let's make sure it's the right application and we can all get behind it. At the moment, I certainly can't get behind it, and I doubt whether you can, in all honesty. So let's just defer it and do our homework, and then we can have another look at it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for your position, Councillor Morris. On the point of prejudicial to future plans, that is a very difficult point to make in terms of a challenge to the decision. To refuse anything on grounds of prematurity, we'd have to indicate clearly how granting planning permission for the development concerned would prejudice the outcome of the plan making process. The development itself falls in line with the sort of the growth outcomes we were looking at in terms of the town centre master plan 2012. So therefore, it's not prejudicial to that document. It's not prejudicial to the emerging plan, because the emerging plan obviously looks at urban growth and also looks at the growth in the town centre. So it complies with policy R2. And also it would land supply issues that we have as a council. So in terms of that prejudicial point, I think that we can't substantiate that point. In terms of lack of sustainability and contributions, that isn't in this case would be not considered to be a point that we could raise on, because the guidance we get from county is guidance. It's not it, and it's subject to viability. So the fact that we might not have received the contributions from the development that that everyone is seeking is not a reason for refusal in its own right. The lack of again the lack of quality and the fact that we're looking at units that are below the national space standards, nationally derived space standards. Again, we haven't adopted those. They sit within an emerging plan. Weight of that would be limited, and therefore the chance of success would be quite small. And on the clear ambitions for future residents, that goes back to your initial point, Councillor Morris, with regards to the both the emerging sort of vision and also the existing 2012 not yet ratified for revocation master plan, and also our emerging policy R2, which obviously seeks to allow this. So from my perspective, I would I think there is risks in those reasons for refusal, and I just need you to be aware of that position. I've got nothing else to say, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Can you just mute Councillor Turner for me, please? Councillor Turner, I've been asked by legal to get a statement of clarification from you. Councillor Morris's motion is talking about refusal. Your statement that you were making earlier, they feel centred on deferral. Can you just clarify that you are in fact seconding Councillor Morris's motion to refuse this tonight?
Yes. Apologies if I use the word defer, but yes.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. It's just a legal thing. I just wanted to make sure that we're all okay. Right, I just want to ask now if any councillor wishes to speak on the motion put forward by Councillor Morris. No, I don't have anybody wishing to speak. I will therefore speak and say that I understand the frustration that some people have with elements of this application. I understand some of the resentment that's been whipped up amongst members of the public and some of the concerns they brought forward tonight. What I want to reiterate totally is the fact that this application, all 200 and odd pages of it, meets present planning regulations, and therefore as such to refuse it, I would not feel comfortable with that, and therefore I will not be able to support Councillor Morris's motion tonight. Before we take it to a vote, I'd like to ask one last time if any councillor that hasn't spoken to the motion wishes to do so. No, well with that, I'm going to go through the council. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rimmer, you've just raised your hand. Can we just please unmute Councillor Rimmer so he has the opportunity to speak uninterrupted? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I had a question and I thought maybe one of the legal officers would have come forward with an answer by now. It was when I last spoke, but it does have bearing on how I would vote on the motion. So it was just in respect of it.
Oh, yeah, Councillor Rimmer, can you just remind legal what that was? It might have got lost in the list. Sorry, Councillor Rimmer, could you just?
No, of course. It was the definition of when we were saying only Basildon would be able to get social housing in this under the 106, and where we changed and became merged with other authorities, or the authority changed its boundaries in some other way. Is that definition something that would move as well, essentially? Would it adapt?
I would suggest that that is something that has not been fully considered in this moment. It's quite easy to fix that though, Councillor Rimmer, in the fact that the language of that condition can be slightly changed so that it can include any local authority that Basildon becomes part of in the future. But I'd propose that that will be quite an easy amendment and would not change the actual legality of the section 106. But I'd need Charlotte or someone else to come and clarify that for me. Can I ask legal to come back? Thank you.
Thank you. The section 106 is not yet drafted, so as yet it's not defined at all. But as has just been said, we can have within the section 106 a definition that refers to any authority that as done were to become. That wouldn't be a problem. We could have that within the minutes.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Rimmer? Thank you. Okay, well, with that, I'd like to take it to the vote. Would you mind, Karina, just reading out the motion so that everyone is clear what we're voting on for me? Oh, Kemi, yeah, sorry. Kemi, actually, could you read that out for me, if that's possible, just so that we're totally clear what we're voting on now?
Okay, that this application is prejudicial to the future planning of the area by reason of lack of contribution, lack of the 10% below the national space standard, and therefore this is a disadvantage to the residents, like something like that.
Thank you, Kemi. Okay, can you please unmute Councillor McGeorge? I'll come to Councillor McGeorge for your vote, please.
Against.
Thank you. Can I come to Councillor Carol Morris?
Favour.
Can I come to Councillor Bill Turner, please?
I'll be voting for supporting the motion laid down by Carol Morris.
Can I come to Councillor Rimmer, please?
In favour.
Can I come to Councillor Kettle, please? Unmute Councillor Kettle, please. Thanks, Kemi. Councillor Kettle, can you also press your unmute button now, please, so that we can hear your vote? Thank you.
Yeah, put that down. That's it. Yeah, I'm going to abstain against this because tonight a lot of questions are raised and I want to look further into it. So yes, I'll abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Kettle. Can I, Councillor Darren?
Against.
Thank you, and I will be voting against. We therefore have 3 against and 1 abstention, and I will use my casting vote as chair to vote against the motion as proposed by Carol Morris. Thank you. I believe now we need to go back to the recommendation and vote on that. Is that correct, Karina? We go back to the recommendation. Okay, so I therefore, yeah, would like to go back to the recommendation as outlined, plus the addendums on the sheet, plus the clarification we've just had for legal regarding our conditions. And with that, I will therefore take this to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rimmer, you have your hand raised. Can you unmute Councillor Rimmer, please? He wants to come in before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I had my own amendment that I wanted to make, basically, because my preference is to defer to give the, so that we can get these answers to these questions that have been raised tonight. So I'd like to put an amendment that this be deferred to a future.
Okay, Councillor Rimmer, that wouldn't be an amendment, that would be a new motion. Do you wish to put forward a new motion?
Yes, please, yes.
Okay, can you please send in writing to your motion to Karina so legal can take a quick look at it, please?
Of course.
Thank you. If you could do that now, that would be great. I will therefore agree to hold off on the vote on the recommendation until we've heard Councillor Rimmer's motion. Thank you. Councillor Morris, yes. Councillor Morris wants to come in. Legal are just taking a look at whatever Councillor Rimmer is sending over to them. Councillor Morris.
Yeah, could we have a comfort break while they're looking at that, please?
Yes. Why don't we adjourn for what, 5 minutes? Yes, we'll adjourn. You're right, Carol. We have been here, 4 hours. Yes, we will adjourn. Kemi, could you please turn off the recording just whilst we take a break? It is 10 to now. I propose we come back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Hi, can I just, councillors, can you just all sort of turn your cameras or give me a wave or something so I know that everyone's back? I just want to check that everyone's back before we get Kemi to start recording again. Yeah. I think my camera's on now. Yeah, I just want to check that everyone's back. Brilliant. Okay. Oh, Coyote, are you back? I don't think Coyote's back. Oh, here he is. Brilliant. Sorry, Coyote, I couldn't see you there. Right. Okay, I've got all members of the committee back. Kemi, could you now start to record again, please? Thank you. Okay, I'd like to welcome back the committee. We're going to go to Councillor Rimmer's motion. Councillor Rimmer, if I could ask you to read out your motion, and then do you have a seconder so I know who to come to? Councillor Morris indicated first there, so I'll come to Councillor Morris to second. Okay, Councillor Rimmer, could you please read your motion, and then you may speak to it if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we defer the decision to give officers the chance to answer in full questions raised tonight by councillors and members of the public in respect of heritage, design, street scene, noise, affordability, and public transport. In terms of speaking to the motion, I was going to say that clearly it's been a long night. It's not as long as Housing and Communities was last night, but there's a lot of public feeling on this. This is going to affect our town centre for the long run. We all feel deeply, whichever way we are swaying on this particular decision, but we need to get this right because this is our town's future. And we've heard at least from one councillor tonight, Councillor Kettle, that she'd like to give us a bit more time and thought and look into more of the issues first. And I think we owe it to all members to be able to get all the answers they would like to get before a decision is made. So if it's only for that reason that we defer, I think that is a good enough reason, so that because it is our town centre, and it gives everybody the opportunity to come to that decision after doing the research that they would like to do and getting the answers to the questions that have been raised tonight from our professional officers, working with the developers to come back with answers to those particular questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to now come to Councillor Morris. Could you unmute Councillor Morris, please, Kemi, so that Councillor Morris can second Councillor Rimmer's motion to defer this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I mean, this is one of the largest applications we've had before the Planning Committee for quite some time. And it's only right that we make sure that we have got all our facts before we make a decision on it. We need to have all our T's crossed and our I's dotted. So I therefore am seconding the motion.
Councillor Morris just second the motion. Sorry, yeah, legal just clarifying that you just second the motion, Carol. What I would say is that I personally do not have any issue whatsoever in making a decision tonight. I feel the agenda is very comprehensive. We received the paper agenda quite some time ago. We had a technical briefing. It is an application that has gone through pre-application the public, pre-application that we've all been able to attend on. And I feel that just because an application is long does not mean us as councillors have not got the ability and the responsibility to ensure that we've come tonight being able to make a decision. In many of our meetings in the past, a councillor has chosen to abstain. Councillor Rimmer himself has chosen to abstain on numerous occasions where they don't feel that they want to vote one way or another. That is not to say that other councillors can't make that decision just because a particular councillor feels that they do not want to make that decision. And that's perfectly acceptable. So therefore, for myself, I do not feel that I need to defer this. I feel that the questions that Councillor Rimmer has just raised have been exhausted by first of all, the presentation by Mr. Humphreys, by the questions and responses from our planning officers. and therefore I do not have an issue whatsoever in reaching a decision. I am therefore, at this time, I'm going to ask if any other councillor wishes to speak to Councillor Rimmer's motion. This is not speaking to whether or not you want to vote for or against the planning application, whether or not you want to vote for or against deferral. I will come to Councillor Turner, who's the only councillor indicating at this time. Could we please mute Councillor Turner? Thank you.
Yeah, I take your point, Chairman. I think there are occasions when we all decide that we don't have enough, or for whatever reason we abstain. But you can't compare this application to anything we've done like that in the recent past. I mean, we're not talking about a small back garden development. This is a major consideration for the town centre, and it's only fair we do it justice. So you say that you've got all the facts. You haven't, and you know you haven't. We've talked about them tonight. I still haven't had an answer on C2C. What's the answer? You haven't got that answer. So how can you make that? How can you make the determination? And we can go round this again. It hasn't been exhausted enough. If you'd unmute us and we could have had a dialogue, we could have got into the ins and outs of this application, which is exactly what we are elected to do. It's why we sit on this committee. We have to have those discussions around material consideration. In some ways, I'd be much happier just kicking it out. But I take Councillor Rimmer's lead on this, where we give the applicant time to go away and get his ducks in a row, because there are serious errors on this application, gaping holes, full of misdirection. Councillor Callaghan, what is that guy talking about? I mean, all we had was party political broadcast on the Conservative Party. And this misunderstanding, let me call it that Councillor Callaghan, where you can build anything under the build scheme, that's just simply not true. We are able to determine that, and our local plan says what the standard is. The emerging plan is something we should give weight to. It's not fully baked, but it's emerging and it carries weight. Why would we accept anything less? The social housing element, you haven't answered that. And you say it's exhausted. Yeah, you just want to rubber stamp it. You don't have to rubber stamp it. We should send it back round the block, let them have another look at it, and come back and we'll have another bite at it. But right now, that is not in any way, shape or form ready to be approved. And how you can say, well, if you don't like it, just abstain. No, that's not it. As I say, it's not back garden development or a conservatory you're sticking on the back of a house. This has major implications. So members, do what you're elected to do and agree this needs to go for further discussion, and then bring it back in a period of time where we can have some of those questions answered. Thank you.
I just want to remind members that Councillor Rimmer's motion is not that developers can go away and do different things to this application. His motion is to defer our decision, and to defer our decision because we don't feel that we've been given enough information to make a decision. It's not a deferral for a different application to come forward, and I think that needs to be clarified. I'd now like to take, if haven't got any other councillors indicating, I therefore want to take this to a vote. Kemi, could you please once again read out the motion before us so that councillors are exactly clear what we're voting on, the deferral of making a decision? Thank you.
It says that the votes, that the committee defers the decision to give officers the chance to answer in full questions raised tonight by councillors and members of the public in respect of heritage design, street scene, noise, affordability, and public transport.
Thank you. I'll therefore come to Councillor McGeorge first. Can we unmute Councillor McGeorge, please, so she can vote?
Against.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Carol Morris. Can you unmute Councillor Morris, please, so she can vote?
In favour.
Thank you. Can you now unmute Councillor Turner so that he may vote?
I'm for.
I'll now come to Councillor Rimmer. Councillor Rimmer, can you please vote?
In favour.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Kettle. Can you please vote? Councillor Kettle, you'll need to unmute yourself again.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain again because there's still a lot of loopholes that need to be looked into. Okay.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Adjournment.
Against.
And I will vote against. Therefore, we have 3 for, 3 against and 1 abstention. I will therefore use my casting vote and vote against the deferral of this application. I will therefore now take a vote on the substantive. I will take a vote on the recommendation made as outlined in the report with the amendments that we've talked to this evening, including those to the section 106. I will therefore come to Councillor McGeorge. Can you unmute Councillor McGeorge, please, so she may vote?
In favour.
Thank you. I will now come to Councillor Morris. Could you unmute Councillor Morris, please? Thank you.
Against.
I'll now come to Councillor Turner.
Most definitely against.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Rimmer.
Against.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Kettle.
Abstain.
Thank you. I'll now come to Councillor Adjournment.
In favour.
And I will also vote in favour. So for the recommendation, so we have 3 for, 3 against and 1 abstention. I will therefore use my chair's casting vote in favour of the recommendation, and the plan application, the conditional plan application as outlined in the report with the amendments that we've discussed this evening has been passed. We will now move on to item agenda 6, which is our planning appeals enforcement update. Does anybody have any questions they wish to ask regarding this? Okay, I've got Councillor Rimmer indicating. Could you please unmute Councillor Rimmer so he may speak uninterrupted? Thank you.
Yeah, so I've been asked by a member of the public whether the list that we put in the reports is an exhaustive list or not, because they were aware of enforcement activity that was going on that's not being reported. And so I promised I would ask that question at tonight's planning committee meeting.
Councillor Rimmer, that if we have ongoing litigation on an enforcement matter, it would not appear there. Lindsay, did you want to say something on that? Could you unmute Lindsay, please, Kemi, so she can just comment on that?
Councillor Rimmer, can you hear
Hello,
me
yeah.
now? Hello.
Yeah.
If the list should be an exhaustive list in terms of enforcement notices issued, I don't know whether to what you're referring as an enforcement notice or some other enforcement activity.
I guess because of some of the sensitive nature of some of the details that were given to me, perhaps it would be better if I took that offline with you.
Absolutely fine, Councillor Rimmer. I'm happy to have a conversation with you about that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors wishing to ask Charles or any other officers about that? No, well, with that, then we will close the meeting. Thank you very much for your attendance, and thank you, officers, for your knowledge and your hard work on these applications. And I appreciate councillors and the way in which we behaved respectfully this evening and being able to, each of us, speak uninterrupted and have a full say and be able to ask as many questions and come back with as many comments as each councillor felt needed. Thank you.